Hello everyone, welcome back to the MiniTerrainDomain Twitch channel. I am not Jake, I am a poor substitute. Correction, I am a meat popsicle. No, my name is Jeremy. I have a YouTube channel called the Erasmus Expeditions where I typically run games, but we have been running this mini campaign right here on MTD. And I'm very happy, very proud to have been able to bring our story to all of you here at the MTD family so far. Tonight is going to be session 6. It is going to be titled The Altar of Volstana. This is going to be the last full session set here in the cold hemisphere of Hettust on the world of Arrath. But there will be one more session after this in 2 weeks. It will be our finale, and I'm very excited to bring this story to a close. It's been a ride so far, and I couldn't be more excited to be bringing you the next chapter in that story. But before we do, there's a couple pieces of business that I do want to go ahead and go over before I pass things to my players so that they can do their introductions and such. The first is to warn you about the language and subject matter. If mature language and mature subject matter are things that bother you, don't watch this game. You shouldn't watch any of my games, as a matter of fact. But if those things don't bother you, if in fact you might even kind of like those things, then welcome. You're in good company, or at least similar company. We'll see. Here at MTD, there are two partners that I would like to mention, the first of which is Jasper's Game Day. If you type !Jasper in the chat, it will bring up the information about that organization. It is a fine charity who dedicates their time, their efforts, and their funds to bringing about awareness for the prevention of suicide. And it's a fantastic organization that sprung up around gaming. It was started by an individual named Fenway Jones, who is a fantastic young woman, and has been going three or 4 years now strong. I know that Jake has been running games and stuff and hosting games and such for it for the past 3 years, and very, very cool organization. Definitely, if you can, help out, because it's a fantastic cause. The other partner is Initiative Coffee Company. If you type !Coffee, it'll bring up the relevant information for them. They have an MTD roast that I believe if you purchase, part of the funds from that is donated to Jasper's. So it's a way that you can help out Jasper's and get a little something for yourself as well, for all you coffee drinkers out there, you heathens. Lastly, there is a sponsor as well. They are Talon and Claw. If you type MTD Claw, it will give you Talon and Claw's information. And they make wooden dice accessories and gaming things that you can have at your table, like GM screens and things like that. It's fantastic woodwork. It's absolutely beautiful stuff. And I think his name is Anthony, is the individual who runs Talon and Claw. He is a wonderful individual who every single Jasper's Game Day has really come to bat for the charity and for the event that has been going on, donating things. And I know this past year he gave all the people who modded like gifts and things like that. It was just incredible. So definitely do show your love and support for them. So, I think that's all of the business. Oh, no, one more. If you type !Help, it will bring up several hotline numbers that you can text or call here in the US and in Canada, as well as a hyperlink that you can follow to a list of numbers and contact information for suicide hotlines that you can get in touch with wherever you are in the world. Because sometimes life gets very difficult to handle. Mental health is a struggle at times. And everybody has dark days, but sometimes you need help getting through those dark days. But it's worth it. We want you here. People love you, people care about you, and people want to try to help you work through whatever it is that you're going through. And if you will get in touch with someone at those numbers, they can help you get through your struggle. So please, if you need help, You can come here, you can type !help, even if there's not a game running, and you can find someone to talk to. Please do so if you need it. Okay, so I think we're just about ready. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, plug anything that they might have going on, tell you where they can find you, things of that nature, and then we're going to get this ball rolling. So we're going to start with Jackson.
Hello, one and all. My name is Jackson Johnson. I am so happy to be here. I love this game so freaking much, and I can't believe we're so close to the end. My goodness, it is shattering my heart. But like all good things, they must come to an end. I represent Initiative Entertainment, a podcasting storytelling group focused on telling our stories through tabletop RPGs. We have our flagship podcast, Maelstrom, a post-apocalyptic D&D story set on the high seas. It is a weekly podcast that comes out every Sunday. We do not have an episode dropping this Sunday, but we do have a really cool announcement that will be announced this Sunday. So stay tuned. And you can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, anywhere you can find podcasts. We are there under Maelstrom. Tonight, I will be portraying the character of Hajarama, the Wanderer, aka Old Hodge, a ancient Dreenak Yakfolk druid who is essentially the grandma for the group. And she's very kind, but very sassy. And she loves you, as do I.
Beans.
I don't know what you're talking
about. Fantastic to have you back, Jackson. Yeah, Old Hodge has been amazing, as has been Thabanon and all the drama that swirls around him. So I'm very anxious
to not have the drama, at least from my end tonight.
That's my mantra for life, sir. I'm happy to not have the drama. All right. Speaking of the drama, M.
Oh no! I hope
Just kidding.
I'll take it as a compliment. It's fine. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited to be here. It has been just too long since we can play again, so I am so excited. I am playing Ceci, a elf, a blind elf fighter, and also, I run the Dice on Ice RPG Twitch channel, and we will be coming back with Curse of Strahd on the 22nd after an absolute TPK from the party. So I am excited to see the players' reaction to what I have planned for them afterwards. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Again, just super excited to play.
Yeah, I was really bummed when we couldn't play 2 weeks ago, but I was sick as a dog. Within 2 weeks of them lifting the mask mandate here in Texas, lo and behold, I end up with acute bronchitis. Yay! So yeah, that was a lot of fun for about a week and a half of misery. But I am very, very excited to finally be able to get back to the game. And death is always exciting in Dungeons and Dragons, but especially in Barovia, like, God, the things you could do with that. I'm excited to hear what you come up with. But yeah, fantastic. All right, next, speaking of fantastic, Austin.
Oh, I got a nice one this time. I don't have a whole lot to add today. I'm Austin. I will be playing Treshar, the Dwarven Bard. I'm just excited for us to draw ever closer to the mist and find out what the hell is going on with this old lady and the weird little baby she seems to be talking to. So I don't know. Let's dig into it.
I'm sure everything will be perfectly normal and rational, logical throughout the rest of this game. There's nothing to worry about here. All right. Last but certainly not least, obviously, before I get to you, Karen. Matt will not be joining us this evening. Matt, we do miss you. I hope that you're having a great time, and say hello to everybody if you're still with them. And I can't wait to see you back here in 2 weeks for the finale. Excellent. So now, last but certainly not least, Karen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karen, also known as Mything Gears on the stuff around on the interwebs and things. Yeah, I don't have much to plug today. Super excited to hear about the fact that we're going back to Curse of Strahd. I've been waiting to find out for what's happened to us for like so long. So anyway, tonight I get to play Yukoniltak, an elven barbarian who is actually in a really bad place right now, having just watched her best friend die. So, well, having killed her best friend.
Yeah, I mean, technically she was already dead, but, you know, semantics, I suppose. But yes, always excited to have you back, Karen, as well. Everybody, thank you so much for being players in this team, being in this game, being the kind of players that gets me excited to sit down and game. All right, so without further ado, shall we? Excellent. Fate is a strange notion to wrestle with. On the one hand, it seems as though some are destined for greatness. We see their path, carved out and leading towards some higher purpose, clearly defined and logical. But if we are all fated to specific courses of action, what use is there in having choice? What purpose can be derived from life itself? On the other, without destiny pulling our strings, what then? Is it merely random chance of opportunity and the diligence to see our own decisions through to conclusion? Can the measure of greatness simply be in understanding one's potential? Perhaps it is best to simply exist. We rejoin the six of you immediately following the skirmish that you had with these undead giants and an undead elf. Below the surface of what was once a frozen lake, the hulls of ships still frozen into the ceiling of what is now this cavernous space where you find yourselves. These pillars of ice and stone that once must have jutted up through these treacherous seas now form support pillars that hold this ice ceiling up in place. Several of these ship hulls that must have sunk at some point in the existence of this body of water, maybe even through what battle might have been taking place when these froze. Many of them are down here in the cavern, scattered, broken. One of them was even picked up and hurled at some of you during this battle. Many of those ships, both at the surface and below, bear the mark that many of you have come to be familiar with. The shape of a crescent moon high above a mountain peak. One of the people that was involved in this attack on you was not just any elf in life. Their name was Amka, and they were a friend of Yukoniltak's, although I don't know if she's said as much. So in the immediacy after this conflict, after this battle, what is the scene like? What are we seeing and hearing from all of you?
Yulkniltak is cradling the dead again body of Amka. She's pretty much inconsolable this time, and she's just like rocking and holding and like hugging this body to her as she's kind of keening. And in all the sounds you can hear, most prevalent is the words, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's my fault."
Slowly, Hodge stumbles up next to you, Yuka, and she stands behind you. She just doesn't say anything. She just slowly puts her hand on your shoulder in a sign of camaraderie and shared grief. She looks down at the lost friend and sighs and shakes her head and makes a silent prayer to the stars and squeezes your shoulder just a little bit.
I didn't mean all those things I said to her. Now I'll never get to tell her. Why? Why her?
It is not up to us to know. There are some who believe that the fates predetermine this. Others say it is just random chance. We cannot know. But what I do know, Yuka, is that she loved you. And the words that you want to say to her, she has heard. Not here. And she looks up to the stars through the coverings of the glass, the ice above her. She says, up there. She watches down on you, and she'll be with you.
But
And
I was
when you
so hateful.
She kneels down next to you and she says, well, you were hateful. What are you going to do now?
Silence follows. And Yuka just kind of looks at you. Her eyes are all moist. I don't know. I'm lost. What do I do, Hodge?
When we are lost, we must look around to see where we are. I look to the stars. They guide me. Perhaps you can look to them too. Perhaps you can also look. And she looks around back to her companions. To the ones who are with you now. You may be lost, Yuka. But you are not alone.
Char would play very softly, just a fairly sad song. And any of you familiar with dwarven culture might recognize it as Eternal in the Mists.
One of you, if you would please, a volunteer. Anybody? Not all at once, though.
I volunteer as tribute.
Okay. Austin, if you would please, tell me an object or material that depicts bravery amongst the elves of Hettust.
They're like a famous object, Or okay,
One that
they,
elves would
they're-
know at least.
Okay, there's sort of a mural, like a triptych that is a well-known retelling of a famous battle in Elven history. And it's one of those things that like many artists have their take on this, but it's always told in triptych form. It has like a very clear beginning and middle and end, but there's there's various versions of it out there, but it's one that it's kind of a mythical story of overcoming a great beast of darkness.
Yuka, it's as Haj is describing about looking on, looking around and trying to find how to move on from something, where to go from where you are, that you happen to look down and see that Anka is wearing a piece of jewelry that you don't remember her ever having before. And it's on a leather tongue around her neck and kind of tucked into the folds of her furs and armor and things that she was wearing. And as you pull it free, you see that it is a piece of beold ivory, and it's apparent to you that she has been carving into the surface of this piece of ivory, and it is this triptych, this tale of a hero that conquers shadow. But in this depiction, you recognize the crude carving as it is, that the hero is Amka.
Yuka would be looking at this, almost holding it kind of gingerly in her hand as she's rubbing it to make out the details, and seeing that it's incomplete because they haven't had a chance to finish them. I think the sorrow kind of hits her again. And once the initial passes, she would take very carefully the triptych off, the amulet off of Amka's body as it is, and it seems almost like defiling the body. As she's taking it and putting it in her pocket, she says, "I will finish this for you, and I promise to bring it back so that you may rest in peace." And then she would stand and go off to one of the sides where there's a little bit more space and just kind of sit down and stare at this triptych that she took from Amka's body.
Hodge Watcher sits down and smiles and leans on her staff, and she says, "She'll be all right. She'll be all right."
Is there anything that the group of you wishes to do before pressing onward and making more headway towards the gray?
Try to find out is there any way like Hodge could try to understand the significance of the crescent moon over the peak symbol?
So it seems as though it was a faction symbol or a house sigil of some kind. And that seems to be why it was on so many of the prows of these ships, as well as on the armor and the tabards that the giants were wearing. And again, Wodo has a bracelet that has this symbol upon it, this stone bracelet that he claims to have had as from his infancy.
So, Ceci, where are you, dear?
Ceci like kind of rests her hand on your shoulder, and I would imagine that she is just very quiet at all of this. Has been with fighting giants and everything that has happened.
Yeah. As you lay your hand on Hodge's shoulder, she just goes, "Fucking shit, Christ. Ugh. You don't snake up on an old woman like that, Ceci. It might be the last time you do." Ceci, darling, you've dealt with the giants. You've run with them in the past, right?
Yes, I was raised by them.
Does this, and she gestures to the symbol, does this strike familiar to you?
She holds out her hand to, well, yeah, I guess because she can't see, so I don't think she would be able to see the finities of the inscription. But if there's like somewhere where maybe a prow is like kind of up a little bit, then she would kind of go and try and like touch the carving. Does she recognize it at all in her time with the giants?
As a matter of fact, you do recognize it, but it is not from your time with the giants. It's from before that. You know that the mountain peak depicted in this description seems very reminiscent of the solitary mountain that holds the Temple of Volstana.
I think you would see Ceci, like as soon as like she kind of feels, you would see it's almost as if she was like there was like an electric shock. Like she wrenches her hand away so fast and kind of clutches it to their chest. This is not giant.
What is it?
It is, and they can't quite make the words out. It's almost as if they can't force themselves to say it. It is of Volstana. It's just the mountain peak, and this is where a temple of hers is.
Temple. Oh my goodness. She sighs and she goes, "Oh, Ergonoth, protect us. We're about to dance with fate. Oh no." Well,
I'm sorry if I'm missing the gravity of this. And Trishar's just kind of been sitting there quietly listening in, strumming. But I am wildly unfamiliar with this Volstani. But
Volstana is the goddess of the flow of life, death, but most importantly, destiny. She controls the weave of our soul's journey. And given the significance of our good friend's journey, and she'll look over to our rapidly de-aging friend. It makes a lot of sense that the goddess of destiny would want to see it through.
Yeah, I think Sannafrett is probably sitting off to the side where she has discovered again some kind of very spherical shaped ball of ice this time, and is concentrating on it, making it spin in the palm of her hand and levitate up out of her hand. And whenever you kind of address her, she looks up, oh, what? Sorry. And she catches it. And she catches it with the grace and guile of a middle-aged woman. She hardly has any gray in her hair at all any longer. She seems a lot more vibrant than even before the battle with these giants took place. Well, yes, if we are... We should go to the Temple of Volstana, that is certain, but...
No, no. You hear Ceci just say loudly.
Child, we must.
No, no, but what? We're going to the Grey.
It is on our way. We will pass close enough.
It's where the winds of fate are guiding us, Ceci.
Certainly we do not have the time to make the journey up the mountain.
Well, you do have a point about that. Old Sannafrett here might turn into a baby if we take too long.
At least I'll be able to make it up the mountain.
Honey, you're already on the list.
I suppose I won't be getting beans for my birthday.
All right. Hodge will turn back to Ceci and say, Ceci, look around. This undeath, that is a curse. If the symbol of Volstana has been marred by this plague, we must go to the temple to ensure it's not corrupted like these poor souls.
You see Ceci open and close their mouth a few times as if they were just trying to say something, but not, and then again, and then not. If we must go, then we will. She says just more to herself than anything.
It'll settle then. I'm excited. I would much like to play a song for a god, especially one that I'm unfamiliar with. It's uncommon.
Oh, I could tell you all about the gods, Trisha.
Does this Volstana enjoy music? Do the priests play?
That is doubtful.
More like meditate, contemplate, more like inner music, you know?
They feel, but they do not
really
express.
Yeah, they really feel. Yeah, they're more like internal change.
He kind of shrugs. Well, we'll see if they enjoy what I play.
Yes, that's more Olivera stuff. You're familiar with her, right?
More than you know, friend.
Let's share some stories then about the gods. But first, let's get out of here. I don't like being underwater.
I think with that, Ceci would assume her usual position beside Hodge, kind of helping, just helping her along. But you can feel that there's a tenseness.
Did we already fully search all of these corpses, these giant corpses?
Yeah, you would have had time to do that, as well as take a short rest if you had wished to do so. You could have even taken a long rest down here if you wanted to do so. They're certainly sheltered from most of the elements and things, but not exactly what you call
smells
comfortable.
too gross.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm fine with a short rest, though.
But yeah, you would have found quite a bit of coinage on these giants. They had weapons and armor and things, but they have long since rusted and become pitted with age, so they wouldn't be worth much to you. I believe that. Hold on. I think the leader of them had something special. I put his piece of paper away. Hold on.
I feel like Wodo may have already gotten that, but
probably. Yeah, he had a great axe called Soul Drinker. That I do believe.
Okay,
Wodo
we did
got.
already. Yeah, Trishar was mostly just looking for anything like of note that might say who these guys were or where they came from, more than
They
any treasure.
seem like seafaring raiders. It seems to be kind of the way they were equipped and armed. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, as you depart, Sannafrett will also say, though we are going to the temple, perhaps it would be best to not tell them who I am.
You think they'll try to suck the youth out of you, darlings? Sannafrett?
It's possible, I suppose, but who knows what their motives might be and where they will align with ours.
Well, if I remember... Oh.
Go for it.
Well, she was like, well, if I remember correctly, last time I talked to a priest of Volstana, they were just mostly not very talkative bunch. They just sort of like nod their heads and just go, the winds of fate are pulling me to this. I must contemplate the movement of the glacial tides and all this bullshit. They mostly just care about their own agenda. As long as you just let them talk, or just not talk, rather, they should be fine.
Imagine, she says, kind of looking deadpan at old Hodge.
Watch. I do not appreciate this new-grown sass you've gained, Sannafrett.
Well, one's reflection sometimes casts a dark shadow upon us.
Mm-hmm.
Trishar will kind of shake his head at this exchange of cattiness, and he'll pull his cap off, place it onto Sannafrett's head, and say, no, I'd like you to just picture yourself, but differently. And he put the hat of disguise on her head so that she can disguise herself as we go to this temple.
Can you disguise her as someone who respects her elders?
Elders? We've had this conversation before. Well, I suppose I can't really say that anymore.
Yes, but when we have to put up a front, you know.
Fantastic. Okay. You journey on for a while longer. And at some point, you do stop for a rest. Sannafrett has grown younger still, now becoming nearly a young woman. But it's when you rest that I'm kind of interested in hearing Ceci, if you would. Tell us about your dream of running through the place of great warmth.
Ceci has a dream that they have not had in a long time, but it seems so familiar, so like an old friend who, when you see them again, it is as if they had never left. Ceci dreams, though they still cannot see, they can feel the heat. Strange. They feel a strange shifting underneath their feet as they run, as if the ground isn't quite solid, not liquid either, but it shifts and it moves beneath. But they're not afraid of falling. They are sure-footed as they run. They smell these scents that usually are so muted in the cold, if at all, but they smell everywhere. These scent of wild, of nature. They hear the sound of strange animals, the calls of birds, the calls of these strange creatures. But what Ceci remembers most of all is the feeling of freedom, the feeling of unconfinement as they run, as they feel as though they could run for a lifetime. Their heart soars. They feel the sun, the light, this warmth. Well, maybe not the sun, but they feel this just warmth as if they were in a fire. And when Ceci wakes, I think they would want to go to Old Hodge and nudge her awake.
So I'm gonna pause.
Mhm.
I'm gonna put a pause right there. We'll come back to that just a second, because it is when you awake that things are a little strange. It's probably not the first time that this has happened, but you are awoken in a fit of coughing. And the coughing finally stops and subsides as you cough up blood. And mixed in with the blood, there are several raven black hairs.
And Ceci retches over and over again, trying to get the hair out from their mouths, piecing it out just in clumps. The taste in their mouth mixes, like that coppery taste of blood mixing with the texture of hair as they continue to just retch and pull it out until it's like in this clump. And in a panic, Ceci is going to try and hide it, like under their bedroll.
Okay, you may continue and go wake up Old Hodge if you'd like.
Yeah, Ceci's gonna like try and like clean out like their mouth as fast as they can, try and like get just like anything off of their hands until it feels as dry as they can, and then with the other hand go to Old Hodge and kind of nudge her awake.
Oh, sure.
Hodge. Nudge.
Is it morning?
Not quite.
Why have you woken me up?
I feel like it is my turn to tell you a story.
Oh, great. Just give me a second, darling. Fuck. Hodge is gonna wake herself up. It takes like a good solid 15 minutes to fully set herself up like on a nearby snowbank, and she has to like grab some specialized cud that is a very black in color, as it has access to these special caffeine bits in its leaves. As she bites into it and goes, "Okay, okay. Why don't you tell me your story, my dear friend?"
You see that Ceci's kind of like curled up, like hugging their knees. It was very true what you said about the priests of Volstana. They do not say much, but what they do, they weave the silk of fate and destiny. And then there are those who you do not see in the temple. They are chosen special. They are the ones who weave destiny on the fabric. And they give it to Volstana. Now, if any mortal read such a destiny, their mind would be shattered at best. And so they are blinded. She stops for a very long time.
At which point, I imagine Hodge was kind of nodding along. And then at the mention of that, she goes, "Oh, shit. Ceci, did you gaze into Volstana's tapestry?"
No, I was chosen to be one of the weavers. But the day after I was chosen, and this, she just like touches the cloth over her eyes, happened, I left.
My goodness. Might I ask why, young Ceci?
I had a dream. She kind of laughs. As ridiculous as that sounds, I dreamt of somewhere warm. Like you were standing in a fire, directly in it, but it didn't burn your skin. And where you walked, it felt like a sea, but you could walk, and warmth would pour over your feet as you ran.
My goodness. And this must be a long time in the making, my dear. For all this time, we thought good Sannafrett was tied to this. But my dear. And Hodge reaches out and touches her hands and tightly grips them, and she says, "It is you who've had the touch of this destiny. A land of warmth, you say?"
Ceci nods, and I just felt so free. And when I woke, the ache that I had been feeling from I never truly felt as though I belonged with Volstana. I really tried. But after that dream and feeling so free, I couldn't go back to that ache, that loneliness. And so I went and I found the giants, and they taught me everything that I know. And to be honest, traveling with you has been the closest feeling to that freedom I have felt.
My dear, it sounds as if You have gathered all that is necessary for you to complete that journey. You've gained your skills from the giants and your friendship with us. And me, thank you. I suppose now is the time for you to finally find that land of warmth. Though, in order to do so, you're going to have to go back to where it all started, my dear.
What if they won't let me leave? What if they find out who I am and they keep me there to be a weaver?
If they truly worshipped Volstana, then they would understand the path you have to follow and its importance. And if they, and I swear to the gods, if they lay a single hand on your precious head, I will shove these tusks, and she gestures to the walrus tusks on her jacket, so far into their glacial holes. I apologize. I won't let that happen, my dear. Because even though you're going back, and she clutches her hands vigorously, you won't be going alone.
Ceci smiles and she kind of like leans over to like just nudge. You always know exactly what to say.
I wish it's mostly just kind of rambles off the top of my head and everyone just accepts it. So thank you, dear. And she pulls her in tighter. Also, I really need to go back to sleep. I'm so sorry.
Ceci nods.
Okay. And then she falls asleep, leaning against Ceci.
And I imagine that maybe this isn't the first time this has happened. So I imagine Ceci just stays awake for the rest of the night, just kind of just thinking, but much more relaxed.
Excellent. All of you, please take a point of inspiration. Okay. All right. At some point during your travels over the next day, and again, I use the term loosely, you see ahead of you the sight of the lantern of Wothok rise above the horizon. This is what the moon is referred to. It is the lantern bearer of Wothok. And tonight you notice that it is in the shape of a crescent. And as you look ahead in your journey, you can see that there is a shape that breaks the skyfire bridges, the borealis on the horizon, with its dark shape, and it blots out part of the sky. And it appears to be a high mountain peak. And you can see that before long, the crescent will rise above its peak. Is there anything you would like to say or do before you reach the base of that mountain?
All right. Good. Your physical and metaphorical loins, everybody. We're going to the temple. At best, we're going to deal with self-righteous monks. At worst, maybe undeath. Or worse. Who knows? Maybe even the Star Eater will be there. I don't know. Anybody want a bean?
You're far too pessimistic. These are temple people. These are my people. This will be fine.
Ugh, sedentary folks. Yeah.
Well, I can't disagree there.
Okay. Pressing on, eventually you find yourselves at the base of this mountain peak. Again, Sannafrett, now a parent in her mid to late 20s at this point. She has a spring in her step. She seems excited to continue the journey. It's almost hard to reconcile the same person that she was a mere 4 or 5 days ago. But as you reach the base of the mountain, you find a hot spring there. Beyond the hot spring, you can see a staircase that rises upwards into the folds of this mountain peak. And that staircase seems to be lined with candles, almost illuminating this path against the white glow of the snow beneath the stars and the moonlight. At the hot springs on the shore, there is a solitary figure, a single weaver priestess who is working at her loom. She has not said or indicated that she sees or hears you as you approach.
Hodge won't say anything, but she'll just protectively sort of stand in front of Ceci. She'll kind of give a look to like Treshar and be like, "These are your folks, right?"
Greetings. Hello. We seek audience.
This elderly priestess kind of turns from her work to meet your hail, Treshar, and you can see that whatever affliction was done to Ceci, this woman seems to have had the same applied to her. She is blind. But as she turns away towards you, she kind of opens up a bit, and you can see the loom just past her, what she's working on. And you see that depicted on the fabric, the tapestry that she's weaving there, you can see a dark shadow attacking a village. You recognize this shadow that you have come to know as the Star Eater. Who goes there?
Hello, my he's kind of caught off guard by seeing that tapestry being woven by a blind priest. My name is Treshar. I come bearing the greetings and praisings of Olivera, and I come to honor. And he kind of looks around, like remembering he just realizing he just kind of forgot Vistana. He looks back to like Ceci and Haj, like, is that right? No.
She says, Volstana. Yes,
Volstana, yes, of course.
Goddess of the skein. You are a worshipper of Olivera?
Yes, I am. Although we do have Volstana devotees here as well. We come to pay our respects. It's been a long journey, and we just wish to have audience. Perhaps play a song.
Oh, well, you've journeyed quite a ways if you've found your way here. But yes, if you wish, you may go up to the temple. I'm sure that they will make you comfortable there.
I thank you graciously. Kind of gesture.
And she leans backwards on her stool, and she says this as you kind of move to the staircase to the temple. She leans back and says this, directing it at Ceci. Welcome home, child.
Had you hear a slew of curse words come from Ceci's mouth as she's muttering under her breath. She doesn't even acknowledge as they go in, pretending like she wasn't talking to her.
As much as you are in your own realm of, oh shit, fuck, Hodge seems to be in her own as well. As anyone who would looking would actually see, it's almost as if the gray hair, the gray fur on her body pales even more as she noticeably takes a long time staring at that making of the Star Eater. She looks like she's seen a ghost. And it actually takes one of you actually a moment to try to pull her before she shakes out of it and follows.
Amka is full of nervous energy.
Yuka, maybe?
Sorry. Yeah, Yuka. See?
You're now playing as the dead friend?
I've been carving that thing the entire journey. I
Yeah,
have now
excellent.
become her.
Like Norman Bates.
Oh, so Yuka is full of nervous energy as we're kind of approaching this temple, and probably turns to the now disguised Sannafrett and is like, what do I do if she's here?
If who's here?
My sister, I don't know. I mean,
Oh.
what do I do if she's not here?
Well, I don't know what to tell you. If she's here, I would tell her the truth of who you are and your connection, and embrace her if she's comfortable.
Do you think she'd even want to know?
If it were me, I would.
What if it changes things? What if she's happy here? What if she's not happy here? What if... And you can just like, she's questions are just roiling in her brain. She's completely chaotic at this moment.
That's a lot of worry for a potential, a possibility that you can't know. At some point, you just have to understand that you can't make a decision on what to do until you're in the situation. Until you're faced with a thing.
That actually kind of rings true to Yuka, because that is basically how she has always been, very impulsive and reactionary. So hearing those words, almost like a balm to soothe these nerves that she's got from approaching this place.
Have you been continuing to carve this piece, you said?
Yeah, every time we stop, I would pull it out to carve it.
And like when you have taken long rests, when you have slept for the night, what have you done with it?
Oh, it would be, if not in my hand as I'm sleeping, it'd be very close, because I would be carving it probably until I'm too tired to carve any longer. So it'd either fall asleep in my hand or in the pocket or something.
So I would say that qualifies as an attunement.
Oh no. Okay.
So you have become attuned to this amulet. It is an amulet of protection +1.
Oh.
So having it about you, wearing it, being attuned to it, you will have a +1 to your armor class. As the spirit of Amka will be looking out for you. Okay. You continue up the switchback trails and the staircase, the entire length of which is lined with these candles. This strange, almost foreign-looking orange light here in the vast majority of blue and white and green from the borealis above. Ahead of you, in the side of the mountain, you can see a facade has been carved away from the natural rock, though it bleeds into the natural rock on the sides and the top. The front of the temple has been worked into a beautiful depiction of fate. You see the depiction of spider-type creatures with their webs strung about in different places. Small depictions of various myths and tales dealing with Volstana and her rise to divinity. And each of these is interconnected by all of these carved strands that seem to connect them all in various fashions. Trying to make sense of it all, trying to find a pattern in any of it is impossible. But you can see that there is a beauty in its chaos. And set in the middle of this facade, at the ground level, there's a small set of stairs that rise to a set of stone doors that, as of now, sit closed to you. Outside, there seems to be a small, probably bronze bell that seems to have a long rope hanging from it beside the door.
I think impatient as always, Yuka would kind of hesitate for 1 second, waiting for, somebody else like Treshar or Hodge to do that. But when nobody moves like immediately, Yuka steps forward and rings the bell loudly, fiercely.
There's this very kind of deep, resonant kind of doom as you pull down on this rope, and it chimes this bronze bell. And after a moment, you can hear someone on the other side begin to pull one of these stone doors open. They pull it open to the point where you are able to enter into the temple itself. The temple is lit here with fires in braziers and lamps, things of that nature. Most of the lamps typically burn like biold fat, and they are set kind of at even intervals through this large foyer, this large open space that has these columns carved from the natural stone of the mountain. And though the floor is made of the same stone, it has been cut and laid into a worked pattern. So there's a high level of decoration that has been put into this place, a lot of care and time. The priestess on the other side, who does not appear to be blind, greets you. You can see that this, Ceci would know at least, that this is an acolyte of the temple. She's young, probably late teenage years, She looks to be a human woman, and she kind of looks a little surprised to see the group of you kind of standing on the steps of the temple. Hello, can I help you?
Hello. Yes, perhaps. We apologize for the intrusion, but we are travelers on a journey and seeking guidance and desire to pay our respects to the great goddess.
Oh, yes, you've come such a long way. Please, come in out of the cold. She kind of opens the door a little wider to permit all of you to enter.
Thank you for your kindness and hospitality.
Hodge grabs Ceci by her hand and just squeezes supportively as they go in.
I imagine Ceci's like using Hodge as like a barrier, kind of just staying behind in the corner, just trying to make herself, as small as possible.
Mm-hmm. Hodge tries her very hardest not to pass gas.
This is also very unusual for Ceci, just because Ceci is your bodyguard. So usually she's like out in front, strong, like sword. So this is just very, very opposite.
Yeah, if Hodge wasn't so protective at the moment, she'd probably find it very funny.
The acolyte leads you deeper into the temple, into a shrine room where there is a stone statue that has been built in the likeness of Volstana, where she is working at a loom. You know, she has her distaff in one hand, and she's working the warp with the other. And even though it is carved from stone, the sculptor took the time to actually sculpt individual threads as they work towards being woven together. And where this tapestry has been connected and woven, there's still that texture that textiles have, that clear woven pattern to them. It is a very finely detailed. Treshar, your guess would be that this was likely done by dwarven hands. The level of skill here at working this stone is probably some of the best that you've even seen.
Yeah, he kind of just walks up to it, beaming, and kind of points at it, looking back at his companions. Goes, you always know dwarven work when you see it. Beautiful, absolutely breathtaking.
The acolyte says, "You've come on a wonderful night for it," and she gestures upwards. You can see a small, like, carved window hole, essentially an opening in the mountain that actually leads to the sky. And as it so happens, in this moment, on this day, the crescent moon can be seen directly through that hole.
How often is this like this?
The moon?
Yes, the light.
Oh, I have not seen it in my lifetime. I think 60 years?
And he kind of just like shoots just a quick glance at his companions, kind of a like, this doesn't seem like a coincidence sort of glance, but that's very interesting. I'm glad that we happened to be here at the right time.
Auspicious, to be sure. You can offer your prayers here and at the feet of Volstana if you wish. If you wish to stay for the evening, we can have rooms made up for you. They are meager, I would warn you, but we offer travelers lodging and food if they so needed. Well, I'll leave you to it.
Before doing anything else, Treshar would pull his small stringed instrument out, make sure it was in tune, and part of his training with the priests of Overa was learning, different religious songs and hymns, and the beliefs of he didn't know the name of Volstana, but he knew the concept because the way that they kind of believed it, the Overan church kind of ties together many of the gods. It acknowledges their existence but considers them a different part. So like Overa is considered the melody, but they kind of call Volstana like the structure of the song, or sometimes it's known as like the crescendo as well, because it's kind of tied to the ending and to the finality of the song. And he plays one of the songs. It's a very structured song that has a very repetitive sort of beat and melody to it that are supposed to be particularly evocative of like the structure of the weave.
That is so cool.
I think that Ceci has now they're standing and they have moved from away from Altaj towards this statue, and they're going to walk towards the statue, and they just want to ever so slightly just brush. I imagine this is the exact same thing as they did when they left. Before they left, I imagine Ceci has this flashback where after she had her dream, after she had packed up, she had escaped through this courtyard, and she had ended up at the exact same place where she is now, where she had paused, and just sensing the statue of Volstana, one that she has seen before. She remembers and remembers praying at it as an acolyte for hours and hours, and so everything is memory to them as they trace along the very familiar curves and grooves of the stone and of the sculpture, and is going to, for the very first time, I think, in many, since she left, is pick up the prayer that she had left with Volstana all those years ago and begin it again.
Sannafrett comes to pray beside you, Ceci. And when you are between stanzas or verses or what have you of this prayer, she says, I think we need to see the altar itself. And you know that the altar is in an entirely different room, an entirely different part of the temple. But it is not a part that they let people into, because, as you said, it can be too much for people to see their own thread.
You see that there's kind of like this rejuvenation in Ceci. Like they don't look afraid anymore as they turn their head towards Sannafrett and nods. I can lead you there. You will have to not look. Close your eyes and be as the priests and the priestess of Volstana.
Would it shock you to know that this is not the first time I've been here?
Ceci just smiles and then shakes her head. I suppose not. I've been with Old Hadge to know to always expect some kind of surprise, good or bad.
I have even once gazed upon the thread of my own life when I was, well, about the same age that I suppose I am now.
I think at that she would, like, there would be confusion, because I think that's probably very rare for someone to see that and still have their sanity intact. So how did you gaze upon it and still be you?
Well, there are those who would argue that perhaps I am not the same as I was before I looked upon it. I cannot answer as to why I was spared the madness that so many succumb to, but it has given me a certain, well, a certainty about things throughout my life. That's why I knew that this journey was one that I must undertake.
Are the others to come as well?
Yes. Yes, I think it's best.
I would not want to tempt with their fate as you had with yours. I think one can push their luck. She kind of laughs, just like a short chuckle at that word, that I almost would think would be like a sacrilegious thing to say in front of Volstana, the concept of luck. So, but she nods. We can go.
Besides, and she kind of like reaches down and pulls out from like one of the various pouches and things that she carries. She pulls out the weightless stone block that belongs to Yukoniltak. I think maybe this has something to do with it.
She nods, but not truly really understanding. And she is going to look to the others. We're going to go now deeper within the temple, to the altar.
I'm good. You guys go on ahead.
Sannafrett kind of looks to you, Hodge, with this kind of like knowing, like.
For the first time, probably for any of you, Hodge looks uncertain and afraid. She goes, I should probably, you don't just keep watching here. Right? You don't need me stinking up the altar. I'll probably do something embarrassing. Or
That's never stopped you before.
You see Hodge rubs her hands together and she says, my young dear, I've lived my entire life leaving my life up to fate. Trusting in the gods, to be so near the threads of my own destiny, I don't. That frightens me.
You must not look at the threads.
Okay.
You will be safe. There. There is nothing to be frightened of.
You see that Hodge kind of takes in your advice and knows that you're right and knows that she should be better. And then she looks down and she'll see her own shadow as she looks up, and she has been standing in the light of the open moon this entire time. And she seems to almost look at the moon, and then she looks above it just beyond. And though there are stars out, there are none that are slightly within the crescent. She only sees the darkness between the stars. And she shakes herself out of it, and she goes, yes, of course. Of course, my dear. And she'll take your hand and lean on you a bit more than usual.
Yuka, what is something that you carry with you that was given to you by one of your parents that might not be something that has been outwardly obvious to everyone else?
So Yuka has this quiver that she's always carried. And what most people don't realize and see is that entwined in the straps that hold it to her, like upon her back, is this braided and beaded, like string almost, that is twined around and in and through the leathers of the quiver straps, just kind of accenting it. And most people would just think it's like a little bit of a, just like a decoration or whatever, but if you look closely, you can see that it is actually would be formed kind of like it's a baby bracelet. It would be given to a young child when it was born and would be swaddled, and it was part of the wrappings of that swaddling. And this is what's the remnants of it. And Yuka has kind of woven it into the straps of her quiver.
Yuka, you had made it at least as far as the doorway leading into the shrine room. But there is a wooden pole, a post that has been placed there, and you can see a myriad of possessions that have been draped and hung upon the pegs that are placed in this pole. It seems as though these are the worldly possessions of a life before the sisterhood here at the Temple of Volstana. That it seems as though the women who came here hung something upon these pegs to represent the life that they left behind. And amongst those possessions, you see a swaddling cloth that appears to be made and beaded very much like the strand that you have woven into your quiver. Some of the beads are, without a doubt, made of the same material and carved with the same shape or pattern to them.
Yeah, I imagine it's almost like the same colors too, and the same orientation. And her eyes would just like fixate on it, and she would immediately go towards it and reach up to touch it. at the same time looking around for any priestess or someone at this temple to ask, whose is this? How did it get here?
As you're kind of looking around for some kind of direction, some kind of further clue to cling on to, just at that moment, Old Haj and Ceci come back out of the shrine room. Ceci, you see Yuka touching this swaddling blanket. The swaddling blanket that you were told that you were delivered here in. That is where we're going to take our break.
Ah!
So, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you, everybody, so much for tuning in so far this evening. Thank you so much for these 4 fantastic players. This is so much fun to pitch stuff at you guys and watch to see what you do with it. I'm never disappointed. You guys always elevate all of this stuff, and I cannot wait to get to the second part of what I have planned for tonight. So, sit tight, because we will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our break into the second half of session 6 of Convergence. Tonight is titled The Altar of Volstana. What a first half. Super stoked. Very, very excited to get to the second half, and we're going to kick it off with a bit of a doozy. So, Yuka, you have found this familiar swaddling cloth hung upon this wooden post, this symbolic gesture of the priestesses who come to serve at the temple, literally hanging up their old lives. You have found this swaddling cloth that looks very familiar. And just as you are turning about for some kind of rationale, some kind of reasoning, Ceci has exited the shrine hall to see you holding this swaddling cloth. The swaddling cloth that Ceci also recognizes.
Yeah, Yuka's looking around, trying to find a priestess, and maybe there's one like doing something in a corner or whatever, and she like calls out, whose is this? Do you know whose this is? Can we find out who this is, who this belonged to? Someone, please.
I have no idea. It no longer belongs to anyone.
But somebody put it here.
I can't help you.
Do you know somebody who can?
Maybe. Just wait right here. She turns and moves off.
Is everything all right? Ceci says, coming up.
I don't know. This belonged. Koltak told me before we left that I had a sibling that I didn't know anything about. And this is theirs, I am sure of it. It matches. And then she points to her strap of her quiver. It matches. I have one the same. I need to know who this belongs to.
Ceci like reaches out for the cloth, and then if you could, would you give it to her?
Oh yeah, I think it's like what, hanging there. So yeah, she would just.
Okay. Ceci like holds it and then reaches over. This was mine. Are you sure?
Confusion is all across Yuka's face. This was yours?
Yes. The priestess has told me that I came to them wrapped in this as a baby.
I was wrapped in one identical to it. And she take off her quiver and like thrust it in your face, like showing you little bits.
Yeah, and you see Ceci like grabs it and then holds it, and then you can see her, she like feels both fabric and just kind of nods. Yes, they seem to both be the same.
What does this mean? You are. And she kind of looks to Sannafrett before looking back. See, you are my sibling?
It looks as though that is the truth.
I didn't even know you. That seems weird because I did know you existed, but I didn't even know. Did you know?
Ceci shakes her head. I know nothing. From before, after I came through these doors, that's when my life started.
They kept so much from us.
Who?
Our parents, the priestesses, everyone who knew.
Did you stay long with our parents?
My entire life.
Hmm.
And they never said one word. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how you feel about that.
Ceci just nods. She looks very calm. It is not uncommon if one parent, perhaps some priestesses from Volstana, came through and chose me. Or maybe our parents didn't have a choice. She just kind of shrugs. Either way, we cannot change the past, and it is good to meet you now. She holds out her hand for you to grasp it in a very gianty way of shaking forearms.
Yeah, Yuka would grab your forearm and not stopping there. She would pull you right in and give you a big old bear hug.
Yeah, you would hear like that kind of exhale of breath from Ceci, and she hugs you back.
I've always felt that something was missing in my life. Maybe this was it.
You seem to have been waiting a long time for this, searching.
It feels like a long time. However, I just found out about it a week ago. But I have been searching my entire life for something that I did not know what it was for.
Did you part on good terms with our parents?
Yes, though they have both passed. But we were happy. We were a happy family.
Ceci smiles. Then you will have to tell me all about them.
I will. And you'll have to tell me all about your life because I know nothing.
Ceci nods. I will. This is where we can begin. With no hurt feelings, no betrayals. You should not be angry with anyone, Yuka. Because we can start now, here, and only reflect on the lessons we've learned and the joys of our past, and use that for this. And she squeezes your shoulder for the future.
You are so much more forgiving than I am. I have a lot to learn from you.
First, I think we must go to an altar.
Yuka gives you that kind of a questioning. Said what?
She looks back at Sannafrett. You know, I was so afraid of coming here. I shook, but now I don't feel afraid at all. I feel ready to face whatever is coming. I hope you are too. And Sannafrett wants us to go deeper within the temple, to the altar, where our tapestries are woven.
Sannafrett whispers this.
Ceci nods.
Then it must be what we must do. I will go with you. Now that I've found you.
Once this has resolved, Sannafrett comes to you, Yukiniltak, and she says, here. And she hands you the weightless stone block. I might have borrowed it again.
Well, what am I supposed to do with this?
I trust that you'll know when the time comes.
Yuka's just kind of looking at it, and she hasn't clasped her hand around it. It's just sitting in her palm. Would it be odd of me to say that I no longer want it?
No.
It's brought me nothing but grief.
Hold it for now. If it becomes too much a burden, I will take it back from you.
It was the last thing we fought about. And that's all she says before she clutches it in her hand and puts it in her pocket.
When you clutch your hand around it, for just a brief moment, you swear you feel it vibrate in your clenched fist for just a moment. And then it's gone again.
Yeah, I think that brief moment is probably enough to make her feel uncomfortable enough, like that the dumping into the pocket is like swift and like almost very forceful. Just like gets rid of it as quick as possible.
Okay. You begin to make your way. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, please.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, Hodge has been like sitting in the corner, I imagine, with Treyshard, just like holding her breath this entire time, just like, and like the minute she tries to hold back it so hard, but eventually she just goes. You know those videos of like when kids reveal that they're pregnant to their parents and they're going to find out they're going to be grandparents. She just goes, "Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You found your sister. Oh, come here, you." And she just runs up to the both of you and just starts going, "Oh," and she just starts laying kisses on both of you going, "Oh my goodness. This is so, I'm so sorry. You two. Oh, come here, both of you." And she just pulls you in for a hug.
There's priestesses like shuffling past, like trying to do that, pretend like I don't see anything like going on.
She is making a scene. She is making a big scene going, "I swear I'm not crying. I'm just really happy for the both of you. Oh, welcome to the family, Yuka."
I think maybe at one point during all this, Yuka's and Ceci's eyes maybe lock and just kind of give that whole I guess like the shrug with the eyes or the slight eye roll, but not really, because this is, kind of a good thing. Sorry about all the dinging.
Trishar will approach after a moment or two of that and kind of like, pat Haj on the back, like, all right, Haj, let's talk. Come, let's
I'm
let
so
them
sorry.
have
You
some
need
space.
you need to catch up. Yes, of course. I'm so sorry. I'm just sorry. I've just cleared my sinuses. It was just I'm very happy for the two of you.
And he'll turn to start like leading her back towards Sannafrett, and he'll just say, "Can you freaking believe that?
I don't.
What? What?
What? They are sisters. Oh my gosh, the fates have driven us here. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm gonna cry again.
They might have just split allegiances. This Volstana seems pretty on the money."
You make your way through familiar tunnels, Ceci. Your friends, the Oracle, your sister, in tow. You round the corner for the hallway that leads into the altar room, and you hear a familiar set of footsteps round the corner from the other direction and come to a stop. The rest of you see a somewhat older priestess who seems to have moved to stand in the middle of the corridor, standing in almost a defiant fashion. She calls down the hallway. "Did you think that we did not realize you would return?"
Ceci comes out into the light, kind of rounds the corner. It has been a long time.
It has. A long time, perhaps, for guilt to weigh on a person. Have you come to repent and rejoin our sisterhood?
Ceci just shakes her head. No, I believe that Volstana has seen a different weave in my cloth than me remaining here.
Bold of one who walks away from the faith to presume that they can interpret the will of the goddess.
And it is bold of you to assume that you can know what is on that cloth. You and I both know that we cannot.
You always were a defiant child, Ceci. So you have not come to apologize for your betrayal of our trust. This saddens me, but I cannot say that I am entirely surprised. And what have you come for?
Shh. Ceci opens her mouth again and then closes it. I've heard Volstana's call to come to the altar.
You know that no one sets foot in there who is not a part of the sisterhood. It is forbidden.
I am part. I did go through my initiation. I was a sister, and I don't recall it being possible for that to be revoked, especially with something so permanent.
You are not a sister of this temple. You are not a priestess of Volstana. That requires a life of dedication that I doubt you know anything about.
I have dedicated my life to protection and to following Volstana's destiny for me. That is dedication. That is what I have done in the face of everything that would tell me otherwise. You would deny that. Ceci just, and I think she would like kind of quote, she would probably quote some verse from a prayer, just kind of saying something about, Volstana, something about, following what is right, what is true, even in the face of short-sightedness of mortal perceptions, and to trust in actions of Volstana that seem otherworldly and chaotic. And she would kind of quote that much more eloquently than I just did. But yeah, I think Ceci would do that.
She stands there for a moment without a response. You know what awaits for you in there.
Yes.
Very well.
I do.
In that case, I suppose that I cannot stop you. However, if you alter anything, I will be forced to take action against you and your friends. You will never leave this place.
Ceci nods. I truly believe in what I am doing.
She kind of steps to the side of the hallway with her hands folded in front of her, seemingly allowing you to pass.
Ceci is going to turn the corner, like when she's out of sight, just like take like this huge like breath that she has been holding this entire time when she's around the corner. And she is going to imagine that she has like these like strips of cloth, just, or even if she has to like rip it or something, she just creates these strips of cloth that she's going to hand out to people, and just, if you cannot trust yourself to close your eyes to the tapestries of fate, then use these.
Trishar will take one, and he'll just ask again, how bad are we talking if you accidentally catch a glimpse of something in this room? I mean, she's more or less okay, gesturing at Sannafrett.
Usually, it is if your mind disintegrates from within. People scream of the pain, of the madness. Sometimes they die right on the spot, bleeding, ears, nose, mouth. Other times they just go mad, hurting anything that comes into their way. like a beast.
I think at those words, Yuka has grabbed one out of your hands and is already wrapping her head with it.
Hodge will take one too, and as we're all walking in, she'll walk past the head priestess, and she says, "There are a few things I would love to say to you, ma'am, but we are in a temple, and it would behoove me not to do so. But catch me outside, I'll alter your fate, lady." And then she'll walk in.
That got me. Shit.
Ceci would offer one to Sannafrett, but she would offer it not knowing whether Sannafrett would want to take it or not. It seems as though you have already passed the trial.
I appreciate your concern, but I think I would be fine. I think I meant to see again.
Ceci just nods and is going to kind of take Yuka's hand. Just let's all stick together. I will lead you to the altar.
Yeah, Trishar has put on his blindfold, but as they're walking in, he just goes, "Oh, I so badly want to look. Like it's so tempting. But everything you said made it sound really scary. I'm not gonna do it, but I really want to."
Just imagine what it could be, find inspiration in your imagination, Trisha. That'll help.
Yuka
Yeah, he
leans
just
over
starts
to-
kind of humming. Just kind of a nervous, like kind of quick humming, like trying to distract himself.
Yeah, Yuka has leaned down and kind of leaned over and whispered in his ear, "I know what you feel like. I want to too." But we shan't, right?
Yeah, no.
Strong together.
I'm trying. He just kind of shakes his head, like, yes, with of course.
Hodge will pull you in so that her whole being is just wrapped over you, and she goes, "Don't worry, I got you."
You are surprisingly furry.
It's just layers, darling.
In another world, old Hodge would definitely wear Prada.
Absolutely. You see, Dreenak are like onions. They got layers.
Wonderful. Okay. The doors open into the altar room. I would describe it to you, but, well, nobody of you can see it, so... No, I'm just kidding. For those who are in the audience, I suppose, we see before us a large room that is roughly round, probably about 60 feet across, maybe as tall as it is wide, about 60 feet or so. In the center of the room, we see the altar of Volstana, also known as the Threadstone. It's a stone altar that sits at the height of a human, stacked on top of stone risers. As the origin of all of the threads of fate, this sizable chamber is a veritable web of different colored threads, all seeming to emit from the altar stone itself. On the two long sides of the stone, we see a familiar mountain peak carved. We also notice that there is a small block that seems to be missing from the corner of the altar. You enter the room. Sannafrett perhaps even describing to those of you who cannot see. What would you like to do?
Imagine most of us stay perfectly still and keep close because we can't really see or do anything.
I think Ceci is kind of leading you all, if you're following, like towards the altar, because yeah, Ceci can see. Well, see, Ceci can sense.
Where are you leading them, Ceci?
To the altar, and I would imagine as soon as Sannafrett, like maybe if Sannafrett mentions that there's like that piece missing, would lead them there. Just kind of encourage them to like kind of, as soon as she gets up to the altar, maybe kind of lead them up so that each of them are able to like kind of find that grounding point at the altar.
And as you cross the space to get closer to the altar, Yuka, you can feel the bag on you is vibrating. The bag, wherever it is that you stowed this stone block, is shaking and trembling.
Not being able to see, but totally feeling this vibration, Yuka would open up the bag where she had put it and try to grab the stone, and taking it out would like kind of hold it out. Like she can't see, she doesn't know what's going on, but she's got the stone in her hand, vibrating.
I can't tell if you're about to say something.
No.
It looks like you are.
Sorry.
No? Okay. It looks like you were about to start saying something. Okay. So you hold this out and you feel the hand of Sannafrett kind of gently reach out and take hold of your wrist and kind of direct you towards where this altar is missing this block. And as it gets nearer, this block seemingly like leaps out of your hand and into place, almost with what we would recognize as like magnetism. It like leaps forward and clicks into place, and as it does so, the seam from where this block seems to have been broken away seems to disappear. There's this kind of rumbling sound as the stone risers beneath this altar begin to shake. And this altar begins to levitate off of the stone risers. As that begins to happen, Hajj, even through this blindfold, you see a dog barking. No, you see a beam of light shining through this blindfold. This intensely bright, it looks almost like a moon, but way way more intense. And it seems as though it's just beyond your reach, just ahead of you, where you hear this shaking and vibrating coming from.
Does Hodge see this if she like closes her eyes under the blindfold?
The same way that we would recognize closing your eyes and looking at the sun.
Okay. She grips onto Treshar, who's like still in her fur, and she goes, is anybody else seeing the light?
You hear
It
the
would be
voice.
great if one of the people that can see things could tell us what's going on.
I feel like there's a light.
Ceci, you can see, again, the way that Ceci sees, that where Hodge is indicating that there is a new thread emerging from the stone. It is not yet tethered to any other point. It is not yet touching or intertwined with any other threads. It is a budding end of a thread.
Yeah, I think Ceci would say that like in shock and surprise. There's a new thread, a new story, something new has begun.
I didn't mean this. I have I broken
It's okay,
it?
Yuka. It's okay. I think this was supposed to happen. Nothing about this journey has indicated so far that everything would be staying the same.
I think Ceci is just so in awe of what is happening, is just like trying to sense as much as they can.
You realize that Sannafrett reaches out and takes the end of this thread in her hand. And as this altar levitates upwards towards the center of this chamber, some 30 feet off the ground, now suspended amongst this chaotic spread of threads extending everywhere. This thread elongates and eventually lifts away from the altar, or the altar lifts away from it, and it falls free. And you realize it's a whip. Hajj, you see a string of fire being manipulated, being held by, you're guessing, Sannafrett, just by the logistics of where she's standing.
Sannafrett, you're holding flame. Are you all right?
It's a whip. It's warm to the touch, like bread from the oven.
Oh, good. It must be for you then.
Hajj,
Oh, yeah.
as you say that, you hear this thing hissing like a fire that's had water sprinkled into it. This kind of, and you hear Hajurama.
Hajirama kind of like jumps a little bit, and she just sort of like blindly looks around. Did anybody else hear that? Oh no.
You all can hear the hissing noise, but you don't hear Hodge's name.
Sannafrett, I think that might be for me.
I certainly don't have any use for it. Here, please. She hands it to you, Hodge.
Hodge just sort of stands there blindly going, yeah, I'm going to take it. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hodge. You feel the handle of this whip as it's placed into your hands. And though you have no memory of this whip, you feel a wave of nostalgia, a familiarity wash over you. It is warm to the touch, like she said. This whip, should you choose to use it, will deal an extra 1d6 points of fire damage. And once per day, you can use it as the attack as a part of casting Vampiric Touch. Because of its journey through the world of the living and the dead. This is, in fact, Thebanon's whip.
Oh my god, Jeremy. Hajirama is like feeling along this whip, running her fingertips against every bit of it. She feels the nostalgia, the remembrance. She, for some reason, feels as if that this whip, when it fully extended, is like an extension of her arm. She feels as if she had regained a long lost tool that she's never truly known. But she also feels this taint, this stench of death, this burning fire. She recognizes the power and danger of it. And she respectfully takes it, knowing that in the wrong hands, this could really hurt someone. She goes, I feel like I've had this before. It feels like it's come back to me, as I've never had this. Sannafrett, where did you find this? Where did you pulled this from the threads?
It appeared as a thread coming from the stone, as the stone began to levitate.
God's tears. I will have to meditate on this. And she puts it away. And for anyone else, no one can really see her, but if a moviegoer, say, if this were a movie, she would slip it into her belt the same way Thebanon would.
Just as you do so, there is this clang coming from the doors behind you. Ceci, you realize that is the sound of the doors being locked. And one by one, the spell lights that illuminate this room extinguish. The chamber is slowly overtaken by inky blackness. This is true darkness. Treshar, even through your blindfold, you could see the ambient light in this room. But now you watch as through this blindfold your vision grows dimmer and dimmer in a very reminiscent way. You're plunged into total darkness.
You would all hear a very sharp, very deep breath come from Treshar, and a very eerily calm voice, like too calm as in forced calm, saying, Ceci, do you understand what's happening right now? Why is it dark?
I have a feeling that they did not take too kindly to the altar floating. They're a bit of sticklers for the rules, and so I think that I think we technically moved something.
Yes, I would say that we have. How do we most efficiently exit this chamber?
Does Ceci know of any other way out, or is it just like one way in, one way out?
There are other ways in or out, but none that you were ever given privy information to. You know that this is not your purview. Had you gone further in your training, that's likely the kind of thing that you would have possibly discovered. However, you are all, with the exception of Ceci, oddly enough, treated as if you have the blinded condition. A blinded creature fails ability checks that require sight. Attack rolls against you have advantage. Your attack rolls have disadvantage. Everyone, please roll initiative.
I want to use a domain die. I'd like to go
Fair.
a little earlier.
Okay.
Because, I mean, there's so many of them that I feel like I probably shouldn't ask for permission.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
use
we're
but
coming close to the
that's
end, so.
Okay, that's better.
I will also use one.
Okay, sure. Yuka's got an 18. Aj has a 15. Ceci with a 17. And Rayshar with a 19. Wow. Okay, so there were 2 that were used. By my count, I'm going to go ahead and drop those. Those actually came in this session, so as of right now, you are back to where we started the session with. Thank you guys, by the way, in the chat for donating bits and cheering and doing subs and gifting subs and all that wonderful stuff so that they can earn these domain dice. Okay. Let's see here. All right. So the first thing that is going to happen is a layer action. So let's see here. Okay. Suddenly, everyone within the altar chamber is targeted by looping and binding threads. All of you need to make dexterity saving throws, please.
Are these sight-based and affected by our blindness?
I would say so. Yes. Okay, what do we got? Ceci, ooh, okay. Ceci and Treshar. All right, all right.
The disadvantage hurts here.
Well,
Oh,
I don't think it'll be a disadvantage because saves are not ability checks. So unless you
Oh,
have unless you have disadvantage for a different reason, the blindness is not necessarily imparting disadvantage.
oh, okay, so this one is a disadvantage. Okay, well, I'm going to roll again because I rolled 2.
Well, even not at disadvantage, I rolled at max at disadvantage. I rolled a 1, but not at disadvantage. I rolled a 2, so 3.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay.
My reroll didn't matter. So
Very well. Well,
I forgot
is
I
interesting.
had proficiency in dex saves, but it also
Ah.
didn't matter.
Okay, so yeah, we have all single digits. That's great. So all of you are now grappled. You are also considered to be restrained, and you have a disadvantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. Starting off on a good foot. All right. Treshar, you're up first.
Okay, just reminding myself what grappled and restrained do.
Certainly.
Entirely. Been a while. Been a while. Okay. Well, then, I'm going all out, and I'm gonna see what happens. So Trishar is in a state of pure panic. He's got, what feels like tentacles wrapping around him in the dark. And he is going to basically just go nuclear with the biggest thing he can do right off the bat. And he begins to sing this wavering song that doesn't seem like it's humanoid noises. It almost seems like there's these animal noises coming out throughout the song. And he's going to cast polymorph on himself. And I don't know what within the setting it would be. I was just going to use the giant ape stats. So I'm assuming it's probably some sort of large ape-like creature that
Yeah, probably
exists
something
out
very
in
much
the
like a
darkness.
Yeti type thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like a kind of a Sasquatchy sort of thing. That's perfect. And that is, so that's going to make him huge. So I don't know if this will help with the grappling threads, or if they just expand with him. But if they expand with him, he'll just be a thrashing giant Yeti creature.
Okay.
Trying to push these ropes away.
Okay, do this for me. What would his passive athletics be? I know such a thing doesn't really exist, but
Well, his athletic skill is +9.
so a 19.
So that, I guess
okay.
That would be,
Yeah, so just +10.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, like a passive perception. Okay, so you're expanding and you snap your way free from some of these threads. I don't know if it would free you from the grapple entirely. You know what? That's fine. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. It will free you from this entanglement. However, when you sever these threads, if you would please roll me 2d20, and you can pick which is your wheel and which is your woe.
Okay, I got 13 and 1, so I'll go. Oh man, I don't know if high is good or low. Okay, I'll say 13 wheel, 1 woe.
Okay, 13 wheel. Okay, you gain 1 usage of sneak attack at 3d6. However, you also gain the deafened condition until your next turn. as you sever a life, and in doing so, gain some of the benefit and detriment of the life that you have ended.
The in his sort of reduced animalistic state, the sudden silence is even more terrifying to this giant Sasquatch, and his thrashing gets even more urgent, and he keeps roaring.
Okay, all of you have no problem hearing this incredible bestial roar that is emitting from where Treshar just a moment ago was making kind of cute animal noises as a part of his song. This is now this terrifying animalistic roar. Okay, that was Treshar. Yuka, you're up.
Yeah, like Treshar, the first instinct of this panic from being like restrained in the dark is to enter a rage. She is full on I've lost my words.
Pissed off,
using the ancestors to fuel her strength. So she's going to try to break free, I guess, from these. Now, rage gives me advantage on strength checks, but you said we're at disadvantage, so
correct? Yes, so it would be a wash. Mm-hmm.
That'll be a 21.
Okay.
If that's straight strength, yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So you will likewise free yourself from the ensnaring nature of these threads. However, I will also need 2d20s from you, and for you to choose which is your weal and which is your woe, please.
Okay, weal is 3.
Okay.
Woe is 4.
Weal is 3. Okay, I don't think you're down any, but you would recover 2d8 hit points. And then what was your woe?
4.
4. Ooh. You are the target of a Crown of Madness spell. That sounds good for raging. Let's see. 229.
Oh, we could have written it up better.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh no. This is not at disadvantage or anything, is it?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that's a 1 on the die. So I think we're going to use a domain die.
Okay.
Because I think 1 is probably really bad. So. Okay, 3 is so much better. So that'll be a total of 5.
Oh, okay.
This is not a crit thing.
All right. You become charmed for the duration. While the target is charmed, a twisted crown of jagged iron. Ooh, let's make it Dreadsteel. Dreadsteel appears on your head, and madness glows in its eyes. Charmed target must use its action before moving on each of its turns to make a melee attack against a creature other than itself that you mentally choose. The target can act normally on its turn if you choose no creature, or if none are within its reach. Okay. All right. So it was your strength check to burst free. That was your action, so you won't necessarily get to attack. But next turn, I'll have to figure out who I want you to go
Actually,
after.
you know what?
Ooh.
I'm going to make a reaction.
Oh.
If we're doing some wheels and woes here, I'm going to do a little bit of wheel and woe on my own. As I use Cosmic Omen, Yuka, roll a d6 and add that to your save.
You're muted, Karen. I'm pretty sure I figured out what happened, though.
I rolled a 5.
For a total of?
10.
Oh. I didn't hear the actual. Never mind.
Yeah.
Whoops.
But you doubled my score. So yay.
Great.
As cosmically awesome as it was, unfortunately, Yuka was not in the right headspace, even with the guidance of the stars. And you,
Derp.
well, none of you see, I guess Ceci might see, this crown. Actually, it's threads that like weave their way around the head of Yuka and like change color and texture to become looking like dread steel, this kind of black metallic jagged crown.
Dope.
We're doing great so far, everybody. Way to go. Also sorry. All right, Ceci, it's your turn.
Okay. Ceci remembers the bag of rocks that she has with her from her mother, giant mother. Can she reach them, like twist around in these threads, and if she has to make a strength check, then she would try and twist around to try and get at these rocks.
I don't think restrained says anything about not being able to do that kind of thing, so I'm fine with it.
I think it's just your speed.
Yeah,
Just
grapple I know
0.
drops your speed down, but restrained. Oh no. Oh no.
Tackles have disadvantage. You can't move, and disadvantage on dex save throws.
Okay. Yep. So you're good.
Tackles against you have advantage.
So Ceci is desperately trying to feel around in this bag for something that might help. I am a bad note taker, and I don't know if there was anything that we had discussed ahead of time that was in those.
Yes.
Right.
Let me see if I can find a piece of paper that describes that. Oh, please. Pretty sure I had it marked with her. Okay, so Bane, Bless, Cordon of Arrows, Misty Step, Silence, Thunderwave, or Witch Bolt.
Ooh. I think Misty Step.
So you saw this one used, if I'm remembering right. So Misty Step, you take the stone and you throw it, and that's the point where you Misty Step to, if you so choose.
Okay. Ceci is going to throw it towards the door, but before she does so, she says to those who are near her, "There's another way to get out. There are other ways. We have to look for them. Just be careful. Don't hurt the tapestries too much." And she throws the
it's
stone.
funny when you say look.
Feel for another exit.
I got it, Ceci. Love you.
And she throws this rock.
All right, Ceci. So if you would please give me a strength roll, strength-based attack, essentially. But this will be at disadvantage because of the bindings, the restraints.
Okay. Strength-based. All right. That is a 21.
Oh, yeah. The stone hits and rolls like once or twice and stops exactly where you were intending to pitch it to. And you can see you can sense the soft glow of the runes etched on the stone.
Ceci takes a deep breath, and you hear this hum, very deep, and they say a word in giant, and you see the for an instant you can see some light in this darkness that are just the runes, the tattooed runes that are up on Ceci. You just see this burst of light and then darkness as Ceci teleports to the rock.
And you misty step beside the stone that you just threw, and the threads that were kind of around you just kind of fall loosely away. Okay. Hajj, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a question, and it's gonna determine what I do. Is there any way that Hajj, like through all the chaos and everything, like she can't see Yuka, but can she like hear her like screaming incoherently, or like somehow sense that something is wrong with her? She's been driven mad somehow.
How has Yuka responded to this spell falling on her?
I can only imagine it was pretty painful to have this dread steel just all of a sudden like kind of embed itself into the head. So the normal scream, like the "Roar!" she tries to rip through, turns into a "Ah!" So yeah.
Okay. Then through the chaos, Yuka will hear Hodge go, "Yuka, remember, you may be lost, but you're not alone." And from those words, she casts Dispel Magic. Any spell of 3rd level of lower on the target ends. For each spell of 4th level or higher, I gotta make an ability check.
That's a very interesting question. Okay. What level? Okay, so there are some other spell effects listed, and the ones that have a variable to them I have listed as 3rd level. So
Okay.
I don't know if is Crown of Madness something you can juice with level? It might not be, but I think even if it's 3rd level or lower, right?
Yeah, 3rd level or lower.
Okay. So what is it like whenever your magic undoes this Crown of Madness upon Yuka's head?
I imagine Yuka would feel the crown grow cold and turn to a pleasant powdery snow.
And Yuka, though you are not freed from your rage is no longer uncontrolled by you.
Oh God. Is there anything else she can do? Not really. She can't really do anything else, but she overhears giant ape Treshar and just yells, "That's a good idea! Give me a second!" And she'll end her turn.
Right. We're back to the top, which means it's time for another layer action. Anybody who is still restrained is released by the threads as they loosen from around you. However, this is going to be an effect called Whispers of the Severed. Everyone within the altar chamber, you all hear whispering voices. Voices belonging to whose threads have been cut. Namely, those you once knew. I need all of you, please, to make wisdom saving throws.
Are these whispers in our head or out loud?
Out loud. So you're good.
I am deaf.
Yep. You're good.
It's going to be a 22 for me, dog.
16 for Yuka.
Okay, 16 for Yuka, 15 for Ceci. Josh goes 22. Okay. Ceci. You are the only one who did not pass. So you will take full. The rest of you will take, or the other two of you will take half. Full is 19 points of psychic damage, which means Haj and Yuka will take 9 points. Although Yuka, oh no, you can't have psychic even if you're raging. So 9 points of psychic for you, 19 to Ceci. Ceci, in addition to taking the psychic damage, you are also stunned by whatever it is that you hear.
I imagine that it's her sister that she hears whispering to her. Just amongst the threads, she hears how she had turned the family against her when Ceci had left, and that she has been right. She sees that she has abandoned her family for another one, and how could she do this?
Okay. As if this wasn't enough fun, Ceci, you know that the priestesses here at the Temple of Volstana are trained in many different skill sets. Your particular vocation that you were being groomed for was but one of these skill sets. There is another skill set that exists, and they are known as the thread cutters. They are assassins. I mention that because you are now not alone in this altar chamber. Each one of you is going to be attacked. These priestesses are trained rigorously to fight in exactly these kinds of conditions. So guess who, though they are physically blind, it will not affect them currently. All right. So first up, we're going to go with Yuka. One of them is coming to attack you and will be attacking you twice. What is your AC?
It is 15 now.
Okay. It's one hit. It's 2 hits. Okay. You feel 2 short blades puncture your body, one followed by a second. The first one is going to deal 6 points of piercing, or no, slashing, and 17 points of sneak attack damage. The second, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Is the sneak attack damage halved as well because of the rage?
Yes, yeah, it should be all one source. So,
so that's 20 halved? No,
yeah.
Sorry, 6 and 17. It's 23.
So 23 halved, yeah, down to 11.
11. Okay.
You feel this first short blade pierce, and the second pierces your flesh as well. And you're going to take another 5 points from the second, but hold off. You feel a strange sensation This one blade has pierced. The second blade pierces. You feel the blades shift and lock together, again, almost with that magnetism. And then you feel, as they're locked together just above the hilts of their swords, the wielder of these swords scissors them together. You're going to take a further 9 points of additional sneak attack damage. So that's with that additional 5. So that's 14. So you take 7 from the second bit.
Ooh, ow.
Okay. That was Yuka. Treshar, you're next. What is your AC?
12 as a giant yeti.
A 9 is gonna miss you then.
Oh,
I don't know how they're gonna miss you, but the second one will hit. Okay, but they're not landing both, which is pretty key. So, 5 points from the blade itself, and then 12 additional sneak attack.
Yeah, just another like, but like more pain in it this time.
I imagine your blindfold is no longer on you, by the way.
Correct. It would have melded into.
Oh, yeah, good point. I was thinking it would have, burst or fallen off, but melded into you is absolutely the way that would have worked.
Yeah, all my gear.
Mm-hmm. So even though your eyes are no longer bound closed, the darkness of the room itself, unless the giant ape has dark vision, which I doubt.
Does not.
Yeah. So it is still pitch black. Okay, so that was against Rashar. All right. Ceci, what is your armor class?
20.
Okay. 16 will miss. However, that 25 will hit. Okay, the blade damage is going to be 10 points. And the sneak attack is 12 points. Okay, just the one hit. That's it from them. Okay, and then old Haj. Haj, what is your AC?
15.
15. Okay, that's a dirty 20, so that'll hit. Ooh, and then the 19 will hit as well.
Ow.
Okay, so get this scissor treatment. Okay, so initial is going to be 7 points from the weapon and 10 from the slashing. The second is going to be 9 from the weapon and an additional 8 points of sneak attack.
Ow.
As again, you feel these blades lock together and then they scissor them together within you. Okay, I think that's all that I'm going to do with that. So, Treshar, it's your turn.
Okay, there's one of these basically at my feet, and I felt him stab me. So my goal is with the absolutely bonkers melee fist attacks that this Sasquatch is going to have to slam down and try to just crush this thing into pulp. There's no thought in this. It is just pure bestial rage at this point. So is that the disadvantage because of the blindness, right?
Yes, it will.
Can I spend it? It doesn't matter actually because I rolled poorly, so whatever. Okay, so that's a 15 to hit.
Your fist slams down onto the cold, hard stone of the floor.
Okay, the other one. Oh, hopefully. Other one, just this kind of double pounding downwards
Domain
into the
dice.
same basic spot. I already rolled at a disadvantage.
No,
I feel
right.
bad pouring. Yeah.
Chat is
but-
clamoring for you guys to be using the domain dice. Just gonna throw that out there.
That's I should have been doing that. I'll call it out before my next attack.
Okay. Okay. Treshar, as a giant ape yeti thing, slams angry fists into the floor futilely. Yuka, it is your turn.
So there's 2 of these on me, right? These things that are hurting me. So can we use a domain die to get rid of disadvantage? Is that how do we, or is it
Yes,
two, or-
absolutely.
yeah.
I mean,
I'd
it
like to
wouldn't
do that.
it wouldn't like open you up for advantage because it could be used to grant advantage, so it would just wash. But
Yeah, just wash. I'd
Yeah,
rather not roll
absolutely.
disadvantage. Okay.
okay, so you're gonna
So
use
I'll use
one
a
or
domain
2.
How many attacks do I get?
Your 7th level. You should have
Actually,
2.
2 attacks. 2 attacks per action. Let's use 2. One
Okay.
for each. Okay. So imagine that this is like with the great axe, like as soon as the bindings would have like broken free, that's her initial pull out the axe. And now because we've gotten the 2 are on her, she's just swinging at where they were, and hopefully, oh, double 18s on those hits. So that's 24 and 24.
Both will hit.
Okay.
The second one. Yep, absolutely. Okay, the second one, you swing and you feel this first hit landing. You raise your axe to strike in the same exact spot, and you know the training, the experience you have that this would have hit. But as you swing downward, you can feel several of these threads wrapping around your arms and the haft of your axe. They are using their once per day ability called the Blessing of Volstana to subtract 10 from that attack roll, which will turn it into a
14.
which will miss.
So the first hit, I actually will max on the die. So that'll be 17 points of damage. That's what, slashing? Yeah, slashing damage from the great axe.
Excellent. Okay, and I'm going to mark that they have used that blessing.
Yeah, and I think because Yuka's in a rage and not really thinking all that much except like anger and protection for the people that are around her, without thought, like as a free action is ripping the whatever's left of the blindfold off, thinking maybe she could see, but will. That is her thought process.
Okay. Surprise, perhaps, you cannot see anything. Okay. Oh, by the way, if throughout any of this anybody ends up with a 1 on their attack, I do need to know that, please. I don't think it's happened yet, so. Okay, that was Yuka. Ceci, you're up.
I'm stunned, right? Or am I not stunned anymore? Or am I
You
still stunned?
are stunned on this turn. Does it take your actions? You're stunned?
Yeah, I can't do anything when I'm stunned.
Ooh,
I'm
yikes.
incapacitated.
Okay. So yes, for this turn, the whispers of those who've had their threads severed, or the whispers of your family, creep into the corners of your mind, and you are not able to do anything. Oh, yeah, okay, because it imparts the incapacitated state on you as well. That's the real doozy. Okay. All right. So that's Ceci. Haj, your turn.
So I imagine Hodge gets stabbed by these two people as she goes down to the ground. She's coughing up blood. And she goes into base instinct mode. Though it's strange. Her base instincts have changed very recently. For instead of casting a spell, she reaches for her whip. And I imagine as she's down, she grabs the whip just on an instinct and whips it out, and a bit of flame just comes off of it as she tries to swing it towards a dude. And I will spend a domain die to even that out. And you know what? I'm going to spend a point of inspiration to roll that again, if I can.
So you can spend another domain die if you'd like. Points of inspiration are typically for not an advantage type situations, but if you're willing to cash it in for that purpose instead of a domain die, I'll let you do so.
Oh, okay. You know, I think I will. I think it's worth the moment.
Okay.
Okay, that is a 19.
And that will hit.
Okay. Perfect. So this doofus is going to take 4 slashing damage and then 2 fire damage. And then, because it's the vampiric touch, 8 necrotic damage. And
okay.
I get 8 health back.
Excellent. And that's the one time for day, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. That's a good time to use it, though. Haj
Yeah, I needed some health. I was not looking good.
Yeah. Oh. I forgot to describe a really cool thing that my wife came up with. Okay. When the those of you who have been injured were injured, you hear a ding noise that sounds almost exactly like the string of an instrument being plucked from somewhere in the room.
Oh. Interesting.
Okay. So that was Haj.
That was her main action.
Oh, please.
For
Do
her
continue.
bonus action, she's going to activate her Archer Starry form. However, I'm going to describe it like this. As she has swung her whip out, no one can obviously see it, but she is moving with a grace and a youth that she should not possess. And as she's whipping this whip around, her shadow starts to grow thinner and rise, and dancing in tune with her, no one sees this, but is a bright, glittering aurora that changes from like the classic green and blues to an orange. And it is the form of a thin leaf, half-elven man dancing along with her with his own whip.
Excellent. Okay. That was Haj. Back to the top with layer actions. Okay. All right. You hear the sound of... Treshar would probably realize this kind of tightening of string noise, that kind of like rise in pitch, as slashing weapons will only deal half damage for this round, and the threads of fate will also gain resistance to all damage. Okay. The thread cutters. I mean, you know, if it's not broken, they're just gonna keep doing what they're doing. I'm gonna go to the same rotation. Yuka, coming for you first. 23 will hit. And a 21, I think, also hits. Oh. Okay. Ay. 10 points from the initial weapon damage, but also 10 points from the sneak attack from that one. And then from the second, when they scissor, you'll take 7 initial from the weapon and an additional 6 sneak attack from the scissoring.
Do you round up or down?
Always round in the party favor, so
Okay, so
round down.
6 on that one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they hear another ting.
Yes, 2 more.
2 more tings.
All right. Next is Treshar. Ooh. 15? I think that's still gonna
Yeah,
hit.
shooting for a 12 with the
12, okay.
watch.
Yeah. So the first one is gonna hit. Ooh. The second one, however, is not. And almost severs a thread. Okay, so that's 1 hit. You're gonna take 6 points from the initial weapon and 9 points of sneak attack. Stray shards. Okay, Ceci. You said you're at 21? Oof. Okay, 23 is gonna hit. 21. Well, okay, 21 is gonna hit again. Damn. All right. 7 from the initial weapon. 5 from the sneak attack. Then they scissor together. And the second one is going to be 10 from the initial weapon and a further 8 sneak attack. Last but not least, old Haj. Oh man. Okay, 25 is going to hit. Ooh. 15. Does a 15 hit you, Haj?
It just hits. My armor class is 15.
Okay. So you're going to get the scissors too. Oh my god. 10 points of initial. 13 points of sneak attack from the first. And then 10 from the initial and another 3 points of sneak attack. Oh.
Okay, so another 13 points on top of that?
That's the second. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Hodge is not looking great.
Okay.
Pretty bad.
Okay. We're with this. All right. That was the thread cutters. Treshar, it's your turn.
Okay. So there's 4 of them, it seems, at least.
Yes.
That we've noticed so far. Okay, so I will start by, I'm gonna go for another big ass squatch punch straight into the nearest one, and I will use the domain die to make this not at disadvantage. I will use another domain die to make this actually hit. Okay, that's better. That's a 27 to hit. Does that hit?
Yes, absolutely.
Cool.
And domain die.
Yes, that was 2 of them.
Oh, 2.
This
Okay.
attack, because I'm a big old squatch, is 3d10 plus 6. So, oh, hell yes. That's 17. Oh, that got, okay, this die is too big for my dice tower. 18, 24 points of damage on my first punch.
24 points on the first?
Yes.
Okay.
Have I regained my hearing at this point?
Have we gone full around?
It's been one. Yeah, it's been one full.
Then
round.
yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So as soon as he hears the squish crunch of fist connecting with bone, he will aim for that exact same spot on the next one. So I'm going to use one more domain die to remove my disadvantage on my second hit. Okay, that's 19 to hit.
That will hit. Another domain die.
This one's not as good. So 7. Damn it. Does not want to come out of there. Okay, 17 plus 6. It's 23. 23. Okay. Not bad. 23
That'll
bludgeoning.
also hit. Oh, 23 bludgeoning. Yep.
Yeah, they were both bludgeoning.
Okay. Describe for me what it's like as you kill one of these thread cutters.
Yes. So the first punch down kind of knocked him a little off balance, and the second one was this massive fist the size of like a boulder just coming down, and right as he's caught off guard, it caught him right in like the collarbone and just like connected with concrete underneath after like following through with the punch and through like a wet squish.
Absolutely. As this this priestess, this thread cutter goes down, the sheer size of your fists is enough to, even with the fact that the threads tightened, the sheer amount of damage and weight that your fists have is enough to sever another of these threads. So I need 2d20, and please choose which is your weal and which is your woe.
All right, 11 weal, 6 woe.
Okay, for your weal, your next attack roll has advantage. Regardless of anything else, it has advantage. You said a 7 on your woe?
6.
A 6, okay. You gain the paralyzed condition until the end of your next turn.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Yeah, so I imagine, I don't know if that, does that knock you down?
I don't think so.
Incapacitated. Okay, yeah. So just like literally like as soon as his fist touches the ground, he's just locked in this position with his fist completely like flat against the concrete and just like hunched over in this kind of unnatural motion.
Excellent. Okay. That was Treshar. Yuka.
Yeah, they've got attacked again, so that kind of helps me pinpoint. I forgot I could attack recklessly, which would give me advantage, which would take away the disadvantage. So I'll attack recklessly this time. Yeah, going for the same, like
That will give your guys advantage to hitting you on their turn.
oh, they already have it.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
That's why they're mowing through you guys so fast.
Okay, so the hits aren't as good this time, but hopefully they still hit. We are talking about an 18 on the first hit and a 13 on the second.
The 13 will not, but the 18 will.
Okay. Oh, big number. Not really. 3 plus 5 is 8. So 8 slashing, which you said was halved. So
8 slashing. And this is the one that already used theirs, so... Okay.
Do we hear a ting?
You do not.
Oh, that sucks. Okay.
Ain't gonna make it that easy.
I was hoping.
All right. That was Yuka. Ceci.
Ceci's alive. They can move. So Ceci has a red cutter right on them, correct? Okay. All right. Ceci is going to just, now that she can see this person, and now she can move. Oh boy, the hurt is coming. So she just takes her battle axe, or their battle axe, and is just going to slash down upon them.
Oh, we didn't have your battle axe damage, Yuka. Slashing weapons have do half damage this round.
Yeah, because I did 8 damage slashing, and then you'd have that. So I don't know if you did that. Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah, it should be 4.
Yep, gotcha. Okay. Sorry, please continue, Ceci.
So that is a, that is an 18 and a 22 to hit.
Both will hit.
Which is going to do 13 and 10 slashing damage. Which?
So 7 and 5 is 12.
Yeah.
This is the one that has not been injured yet. Okay.
And then you're going to use a bonus action to heal themselves, second wind. And how far away are the rest of the people?
So the room is only 60-foot diameter, so everybody is within the same 60 feet.
Okay, perfect. No, that's great. And okay, perfect. That is their turn.
Okay. All right. Ceci, Haj, your turn.
Okay. Haj is at 6 hit points. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. First, bonus action, the starry form of the mysterious half-elven man shadow attacks the scissorer that just scissored me.
It's a different angle for old Haj.
Yeah. Not the first time. That's a 21 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Look, she's been all around. All right. She's the
No
one.
judgment from me.
All right, just making sure. That's going to be 10 points
Yakety yak.
of radiant damage.
10 points. All right. This is this one here. Okay. 10 points radiant. Gotcha.
And in that instance, it fades away into, I like to imagine like sand for a split second. And
Hell yeah.
at which point she says, "You know, I promised I was gonna ram a tusk up someone's ass," and she polymorphs herself into a massive, holy gray mammoth.
This room is getting small.
Yeah. Yeah, she
Yeah.
is.
We have a Yeti, a huge Yeti, and now a mammoth. Fantastic.
Yeah, very old, very pissed off mammoth. And that's all I can do.
Wow. Okay. All right. So again, this sudden like explosion in size is going to sever a thread. So I need 2d20. Choose wheel. Choose woe.
Oh boy. I'm gonna say the wheel is 19 and the woe is 17.
Okay. The wheel. Gain a +3 on your next to hit roll and damage roll for your next attack. And a 17, you said?
Yeah, for
On your
woe.
woe? Gain a -1 on the to hit roll and damage roll of your next attack.
All right, so a total gain of 2.
There you go. Hey, at least it's still mostly positive.
No, it beats paralyzation, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was a bad draw.
I would say I agree with you, but I can't move or speak.
Just muffled screaming.
Oh man, I feel that hard. Muffled screaming. Okay, that was Hodge. Okay, back to the top with layer actions. I think all of you have probably taken enough damage for right now, so... No, you know what? Fuck it. Whispers of the Severed. Everybody roll wisdom saving throws as you hear, once again, the whispers of those who have gone before you. We're nearing the end. We're going to go for broke.
I used a
I'm
domain
also,
die.
yeah, I want to
Okay.
as well.
Okay.
Yeah, same
That's
here.
2,
Uh,
3. Okay.
Let's go for a party. Yes, me too.
Okay. So that's 4.
Oh yeah, nat 20 on that reroll. So that's 22.
It's good use for one.
Whew.
That's a 15.
Okay. Alrighty. So Ceci's got a 20. Yuka got a 20. Okay. Treshar and Haj both fail. I'm going to drop our 4 domain dice here. We're going to drop down to 21, so to 17. Boom, boom. Quick math. All right. Haj and Treshar. Full damage is, again, 19 points of psychic. Half of that for Yuka and Ceci will be 9.
Really glad I turned into a mammoth.
Me too. For lots of reasons. I wonder what happens to the ivory that you harvest from a like wild shaped or polymorphed mammoth after you tranche back.
She might like have this
Ugh.
business where she harvests her own ivory and sells it. That's how she gets.
I feel like you'd come back with fewer teeth.
Yeah, right?
I like to.
That's
think,
gotta have
like,
a cost
flavor-
somewhere.
I like to think like flavor wise, what happened was the walrus tusks that were on her her coat like turned upwards and then
nice.
like formed out.
There you go. There you go. Okay. That was layer actions. Okay. It is the thread cutter's turn. Okay. I believe everybody is still in the dark. I don't think anybody has found a way around that other than Ceci. So, Ceci, you're used to being in the dark. So, You do not have the blinded condition applied to you in this situation. All right, so going around the horn. All right, Yuka, you're up first. 15 does not hit you, or does hit you?
15 is my AC.
Okay, so then yes, that's one hit. The second one's going to hit as well. So scissor again. 8 points from the initial.
Before you do the second one,
Yes.
I want to use a reaction.
Okay.
So Yuka, suddenly you see like these giant runes kind of flash in front of you, and I'm using my runic shield, which means that you have to reroll.
Oh, okay, cool. The second one?
Yeah.
Okay. $14 does not hit you.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does it look like as those turn what would have been a hit into a
Imagine that. You get hit once, and you're like bracing yourself for the second attack, and then all of a sudden you see this bright flash of giant runes just flash into place, and it's almost as if they hit a force field. You hear this like clunk as these giant scissors come down and do not hit anything.
All right, so the first managed to bypass your armor and hit. Gave you the weapon damage, but the sneak attack is going to be 13 additional points.
1 in total, so that would be
sounds right.
10? Okay.
Yep. The second, however, is not able to connect, and therefore the two blades are not able to magnetize together and cause the secondary damage.
Good.
Okay, so that was against Yuka. All right, Treshar, incoming.
Did Treshard's die? Or did he just...
No, you're 100% right. Yep. It's still a squishy puddle underneath his fist.
Which is very lucky, because it would be an automatic critical if he...
Yeah. Oof. You don't want that. Not with how I do crits. Not at all. All right, Haj. Oh, go ahead. What?
Oh, well, I said I recently adopted your style of crits for Maelstrom, and already it's led to some brutal outcomes.
Yeah, it's really heavy, but like for me, that's what a critical should feel like. So,
amen. Absolutely.
I haven't ever looked back.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love it. What was I?
You're
gonna
beautiful.
Say? Oh, well, thank you. You too. No, you hang up.
Oh, no, I insist. You, sir, please.
Yeah. So Haj is mad. She's real mad.
So it's not Haj's turn.
Yeah, she's just mad.
Oh, you're just letting me know. Okay,
yeah, just letting you know.
That's cool. Yeah. Very appreciate it. Noted.
Mm-hmm.
I put it under conditions, so we're good.
Cool. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 17 though, that hits you as a woolly mammoth.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay. And we'll see the second. Oh, yep. The second one will hit also. So we're gonna scissor a woolly mammoth. You know, it's only here, folks. We're a channel of first times. Write your hate mail to Jacob Norman. 6 points of weapon damage, followed by 14 points of sneak attack. The second that lands is going to be 6 points of weapon damage and 8 further points of sneak attack.
Cool. That hurt.
Okay, and that is everybody. Did I attack Ceci?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
Incoming, Ceci. Ooh, an 18 is not going to hit you. Ooh, but a 23 will. Okay, so weapon damage, 10 points. and 11 points of sneak attack.
Ceci falls. Ceci is down.
Okay, we're good. This is fine. It's great.
Oh fuck.
It's all good. Yeah. I don't know if anybody sees that happen. No, because Sannafrett can't see either in the dark. So nobody knows that. Yeah, you guys might hear some discouraging noises coming from where you heard Ceci fighting. Treshar, it is your turn.
All right, I assume I'm unparalyzed now. I think it's been a full turn of. Oh no, this might be.
No, you haven't missed a
first.
turn yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, you're right. I'm paralyzed. So.
Okay. You stand there and you look, well, you would look gorgeous, but there's nobody to see it, unfortunately. It's a Yeti in the
I
dark.
look gorgeous whether anyone can see it or not.
That's true. It's just a Yeti in the dark. That sounds like a euphemism for something, but I don't know exactly what. All right. There's literally an elephant in this room. I just
You
realized
had to do it.
the
You
idiot.
had to do it.
I don't
We're
want to
not
hear anything
talking
from
about
you,
it.
sir.
We're not talking about the elephant in the room.
That's fair. How Canadian of you. No, I'm just kidding. All right. People are dying here. Let's get serious. So Treshar, strike a pose. Yuka, it is your turn.
Oh, the chat. Okay, so Yuka is furious at this creature that keeps hitting her and hurting her, and is going to continue to try to bash it in. So recklessly attacking so that I can roll normally. And here we go. Okay, that's a lot. I like those numbers. Okay, so that will be a 25 to hit on the first one and a 19 on the second.
Both will hit.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so first hit is doing 12 points. And it's not halved anymore, right? Just perfect. 12
No.
points. And then the second one is 14 points.
Okay, so 26. Okay, what does it look like as you end this thread cutter?
Oh, I think it probably, if we could see it, it would not look very pretty, because this is a great axe being wielded by a very angry elven woman. And so I think maybe just the sound that people would hear would be like this slash that kind of, it just cuts through. You could hear it like cut through and then hit something a little bit harder. And so there's like that like the smooth sound, then the clunk sound, and then the smooth, as she just kind of gouges right into this thread cutter in front of her, ending them. Oh dear.
Okay. Two of the thread cutters now lie unseen, but nonetheless dead, on the floor of the altar chamber. Speaking of lying upon the floor of the altar chamber, Ceci, it is your turn.
Ceci's gonna bleed out.
Oh no.
Mm.
Oh, I rolled a
Domain die up there.
I don't know. I think Volstana would hate that. Yeah. I like to think that Ceci is standing and running in the warm place right now.
Oh. Okay. That is 2 failures. Okay. Haj, it's your turn.
Oh God.
You hear the sound of a thread under tension that is coming unraveled.
As a mammoth, can Hodge somehow reach out through the force and understand what that means?
If you want to use a point of inspiration, I'm willing to let you cash it in for that.
I already cashed in the point from
Is that the only one you had?
I thought I only had one.
I don't know. In my games, you can have up to 4 at a time.
Okay.
And I know I've given you guys some before. I just don't know if you have spent. I don't think you've spent that many, if any at all.
I have not actually spent inspiration before. So if you've given us 4, I would love to cash that in.
I don't think I've given you guys 4, but I know for a fact that I've given all of you guys 1 before tonight, and I gave you 1 tonight. So you had at least 2.
Yeah, I've got 2 on my sheet. So
Okay.
Yeah.
I have only spent 1 point of inspiration this entire game from memory.
Rock and roll.
So if I got another, I would love to spend it on this.
Yep. You may absolutely do so. So please describe to me how, in this altered mammoth form, that Haj somehow is able to understand that it is Ceci whose thread is close to severing.
I would imagine that primally at the very core of her being, Hodge is connected as with the twines of fate, as she's always surrendered herself to it. She's always followed the stars and followed fate and where she's gone. And she knows that her fate is tied with Ceci. And she feels that same closeness and unraveling to death in herself, though she knows that it's not her. It has to be Ceci. And so I'm gonna turn to where I had a feeling that Ceci went and charge. And I want to attack the scissorer that's on her. Damn it.
Okay.
If that's possible.
So, like I said, I like having points of inspiration spent for turning the tide, turning the narrative. Unexpected things that push the boundaries normally allowed. So, you figure out that it's Ceci, and whereabouts Ceci is located. You turn and you charge. You're going to be able to make an attack roll against this person. You're still blinded, so it'll still be at disadvantage. And you're also, because you're basically running across the room as a mammoth, you're going to sever 2 threads.
Okay.
So I'm going to need 4 rolls for Wheel and Woe.
Oh no. Okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah. And you also have a +2 on this attack. Thank you, Karen, for remembering that.
So should I tell you the Wheel and Woe first or make the attack first?
Dealer's choice.
You know what? I'm going to make the attack first just so we can just get that out.
Go for it. Go for it.
And I'm going to spend a domain die to even it out.
Okay. You get a single attack, so it's just 1 domain die?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you say that this person is at least 20 feet away from me?
Yes, absolutely. I'm making you snap 2 threads? Absolutely.
Cool, because I can do this thing trampling charge. If the mammoth moves at
Sounds
least
fun.
20 feet straight towards the creature and hits it with a gore attack on the same turn, the target must succeed a DC 18 strength saving throw or be knocked prone. If the target is prone, the mammoth can make one stomp attack against it as a bonus action.
Excellent.
We'll
Okay.
get to that point when we get to that point, but I'm just gonna make that roll now. That is a natural 20, Jeremy.
Okay. Well then, it'll certainly hit. They need a strength saving throw, you said?
Yeah, DC 18. I'm just gonna roll the damage first.
Sure. They failed miserably on their strength save, so they are also prone. Caught beneath the enormous feet of this old Hajj mammoth.
Okay.
That's a lot of math.
Yeah. So, with the crit damage on top,
Okay.
plus another round, so that's gonna be 67 points of
Jesus.
goring damage.
Yeah. So feel free to describe the death if you want to include the trampling. If you really feel it's necessary, then go for it. But yeah, you're gonna kill this thread cutter.
I imagine she goes low and is just swinging like the Mumakil in Pelennor Fields battle, and she just whacks this thread cutter, and they go flying, and they just against the door.
Absolutely. Okay, 3 out of 4 are now finished. However,
Okay.
before we move on, Haj, I need 2 wheel rolls and 2 woe rolls, please.
Okay.
You give them to me whatever order you wish.
Okay. Woe 9, wheel 3,
Okay.
woe 8, wheel 4. Because I rolled a 4,
hold
and
on to those.
I'm not making that a woe. That's for sure.
Yeah. Hold on to those. So the first woe was 9.
Yes.
You gain the stunned condition until the end of your next turn.
Okay.
Okay, what was the second one?
The second, wheel or woe?
Whichever was the second die that you gave me.
I got a wheel 3.
Wheel 3. Recover 2d8 hit points.
That's good. Cool. I'll roll that out. And then
that
I
was
got
healthy
a
person.
wheel 4.
Wheel 4. Gain 1 usage of action surge.
Just a tip. Don't use it while stunned.
Yeah, okay. That's cool.
Good tip.
And then let me see. And then
The second woe was 8.
8. Yeah.
You are the target of a levitate spell. So now the elephant in the room is literally floating off of the floor. Paralyzed.
Stunned. So
Stunned, not paralyzed. Stunned.
Levitating.
I ain't ever seen an elephant fly.
That was a hell of a hit.
Oh,
Technically, Austin, you still haven't seen it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
oh my god.
Pink
It's
elephants
like
on parade. Pink elephants on parade.
It's like an elephant balloon just floating still in the air.
Trunk straight out.
Oh boy.
Okay.
That's my turn.
All right.
Don't die, Sassy.
That was Haj. Later action. I'm not going to do damage. I just did it last round, so I can't do damage. Lucky peoples. All right. We're going to go with slashing weapons. Only deal half damage for this round, and threads of fate also gain resistance to all damage. Thread cutters, of which there is only a single one remaining. And they were on... Who would have been third? Well, I guess they were on Old Hajj. Well, they can't really get to you. Well, oh, they can. Like the giant elephant balloon that you are, the secondary weapon that they have are called needle daggers. So they're going to hurl 2 of these at you. You are stunned, so I think that has advantage. A 15.
Hits.
Okay. And the second... Oh, yeah. 19. Okay. However, this won't hurt as much.
The attacks... Oh, wait, no, they already have advantage on me.
Okay. 8 points of piercing, followed by 11 points of sneak attack.
Oh my god.
And the second needle will merely be doing 4 points of piercing. And that's their turn. So it is now Treshar's turn. You are unparalyzed, Monkey Man.
Okay. Well, then how many of these are still, there's 2 of them still alive?
One.
Just
one.
All right. Well, I have advantage on my next attack, so I am going to beeline it for him, and I'm just going to try to kind of swing my fist low and see if I can ram him with my fist like a battering ram.
Okay, so you are still blind, however. So
it
in order
cancels
to
out the...
Yeah, but in order to cross to them, you got a inspiration point you want to spend?
Sure, absolutely I do.
All right, then you will successfully be able to find them in the darkness.
Yeah, pick them out by sound and head over. And then that's going to be a 26 to hit.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, neat. I wasn't sure, so.
It was close.
Okay, so that's 9, 17, 23 points of damage.
Please describe it.
Oh, did that finish him or just the attack?
Casual. Was that just your to hit or was that your damage?
That was my damage. It was 23 damage.
Is that not enough for you, Austin?
No, it was plenty.
Do you need
describe it. I didn't know if you wanted me to describe the hit or describe the kill. I need to know what happens to him.
Yes, you killed him.
Her.
Please, her.
Okay.
You killed her. Would you please describe that?
Yeah,
in glorious detail.
So this kind of like loping, kind of using like the knuckles to jet across this like black expanse, and using all the momentum of that, Trishar in this giant form swings his fist back and just pummels this priest right in the stomach, and sends them flying back, where they just tumble across the floor in sort of a broken heap.
Excellent. All right, you have also severed 2 threads in your charge across the room, so I will need rolls, 4 of them, 2 for wheel, 2 for woe, if you would please.
All right, 8 and 7. I will say those are both my wheel, and 2 and 19 for woe.
All right, 8 and 7 for wheel. Hold on to those other 2 numbers. 7 and 8. 8. You gain 1 casting of the web spell at 3rd level. 7. Perhaps a little late. You gain 1 usage of evasion. Go ahead and do note these though, because unless it says until the end of your next turn, you will maintain that through next session. So that was 1 casting of web, 1 usage of evasion. What were the woe numbers again?
19 and 2.
19 and 2. Okay. You will gain a -3 on your next to hit roll and damage on your next attack. 19 and 3, you said?
Yep. Oh shit, was it 3 or 2?
2. It was 2.
2. you gain the blinded condition until the end of your next turn. So, you're good.
I can't tell.
Yep. Okay. So, we're going to stay in initiative order for right now because it does matter. The chamber is still dark. Everything that was persistent is still ongoing. That was Treshar that just ended the last combatant. You can Niltak. It's your turn.
Oh, real quick. I was just curious.
Oh, yes.
I do have 2 attacks. Could I potentially use the second attack on the door?
Ooh, yeah, absolutely. And I'm fine if you just want to narratively describe bashing it in, because you're big enough and do enough damage, and we're at the time that we're gonna be wrapping things up. So, yeah.
Okay.
So, what does that
so he
look
just
like?
gets his bearings enough to figure out where the door is, and just like runs shoulder first into it to just slam it open.
Excellent. So these stone doors like snap open. The beam that had been slid down, it's made out of fungal wood or something, just snaps under the weight of giant Yeti Treshar, and light comes flooding into the altar chamber room. Yuka, it is your turn. You see Ceci, your sister, lying on the floor, rapidly bleeding out.
I immediately, bonus action, I'm ending the rage. Just seeing her lying there broken is enough to just quell all anger. The only thoughts at this moment is I'm not going to lose her too. And so run towards Ceci, pulling out, I have a healing potion in my pack. And as I arrive at her, I am going to just pour that baby down into her throat. Cradling her, saying, I will not lose you. I will not lose you. I think it's just regular.
Either one of you can roll those.
It's just a regular one. Do you want me to roll or do you want to roll?
You can roll.
Oh, max. So it's 10 points of healing.
Fantastic. If you would, do me a favor, just for curiosity's sake, and roll another d20. I have a morbid curiosity about fate, so.
Would have been a 15.
Okay.
So.
Still, fantastic clutch move. Well done. Okay. The fact that there is a Yeti and a mammoth roaming the halls of this temple at some point, the priestesses make themselves scarce. They run screaming at the confusion and the nightmare that this is brought to their otherwise peaceful temple, leaving the 6 of you able to leave the temple, having hopefully accomplished what you have come here to accomplish. Sannafrett seems pleased with what you have done here, and we see as the 6 of you leave this temple and begin to head back down the mountain, that on the horizon, not far, we can see the softly glowing swirl of the gray mists. That is where we're going to end tonight's session. Anything that you guys would have wanted to retroactively discussed or gone over or done before you left the temple, we can take care of retroactively at the beginning of next session. So I'm going to pass things over to you guys so that you can give any outros or plug anything else that you'd like to plug, tell the people good night, etc., and then we're going to put a bell on it. So we're going to go in reverse order. Karen.
Oh, that was so tense. It was a great session. I love the lore drops, but the background drops, if that makes sense. The character drop. So much fun. There's the whip in Hodge's hands. This is I love how this is all tying together. It's so great. Cannot wait for the finale. Though I'm also sad that it is our finale. But looking forward to it, and wow, yeah, chef kiss.
Very much appreciated, Karen. Thank you. Yeah, I'm super excited to be wrapping this game up to a close, not because I want it to end, but because I want to see how it will end, and what that's going to mean and how that's going to finish off our story. I love a good ending to a story, so I'm particularly excited to see how this one turns out. So yeah, next up we have Austin.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. I can't imagine the amount of work that goes into tie all this together and make this as smooth and as interesting as it always is. So it was just a blast as always. I, as always, don't really have a lot to plug because I don't work on anything. So I'll continue my tradition of plugging things that I have nothing to do with that I just enjoyed. Bo Burnham's new special Inside on Netflix is really good. It's pretty dark, but it's really good. So
Watch it if you're in a good mood.
Yeah. Or like you want to wallow in the bad mood. It's like it's a pandemic special, so like it's aware of what's going on in the world. But yeah, no, this was a super fun diversion from daily life. I'm so happy to get to do this every once in a while, and I'm very sad that it is drawing to a close. I hope to be able to play with you fine folks again in the near future.
Always a pleasure, Austin. Thank you very much. I've heard a lot of really good things about Inside. I do plan on watching it at some point. I think my wife and I have almost pressed the play button a couple of times, but we had been given the warning. So we're kind of like, well, maybe not the headspace we're in right now. So yeah, I will take a moment to also plug Sweet Tooth on Netflix. If you have not watched that and you like classic kind of fantasy, has a lot of very never-ending stories kind of vibes, real super dark, but also whimsy. So yeah, I liked it a lot. It's a fantastic show. Speaking of fantastic show, M.
There we go. No, I'm just kidding. That was awesome. I'm so excited. I cannot wait to see how the finale is going to go. What are we gonna do? I can't even imagine, but I'm so excited. So yeah, I can't wait. And yeah, like I said before, Dice on Ice, Return of Curse of Strahd on the date 22nd. So tune in for that. I'm super excited, and yeah, thanks again.
Awesome. Thank you, as always. This session was very heavy in the emotional department, especially for Ceci. So thank you for always being the kind of player that's willing to roll with that kind of stuff. It's awesome when, as a dungeon master, I can lean heavy on my players, and I know that they're going to be there and they're going to be okay. All right, last but certainly not least, Jackson.
Howdy ho. My goodness. This was an incredible session, Jeremy. A wonderful last session, a wonderful penultimate session, excuse me. So many great things happened. Yuka and Ceci are sisters. Oh my god. That blew my mind. Totally out of nowhere. Love how you just tie everything together, Jeremy. I got to pull a bunch of wisdom and wise sayings out of my ass in the beginning. So yeehaw. That was fun. Hodge got the whip. You brought in Thabonon's whip from the last session, Jeremy. You mad lad. I love it. The combat encounter was incredible. I was like expecting some sort of boss, but then you just turned it on its head and just made it like an encounter. Like the whole area was the boss. It was just incredible. I've realized now that I've had at least one nat 20 in every Jeremy game that I've played. And
Damn,
honestly,
that's a streak.
Yeah, and and here's to that streak. I'm hoping to keep it up and possibly expand upon it in the next game. I can't wait. And finally, so many fun things happened, but I think Austin, Monkey and Mammoth needs to be our tag team name when we play a pro wrestling RPG game at some point in the future. That
I'm
should be
so there for that.
Yeah, that should be our thing. So this was awesome, Jeremy. This group is incredible. You all are amazing. I love this game, and I'm so sad to see it end, but I'm so excited to see how we're going to converge, if you will. So again, I'm Jackson Johnson, Initiative Entertainment. Check out our podcast Maelstrom. It's on all of the podcasting apparati, and stay tuned this Sunday. We've got a really cool announcement coming up.
That's fantastic, man. I'm so happy. Like I said, Maelstrom is a lot of fun. I'm almost finished with the first episode. I had a lot of fun listening to it so far.
Thanks.
And yes, thank you all so much. Again, like this game wouldn't be what it is if you were not all willing to give me so much material to work from up front. So thank you for not only doing that, but for actually putting thought and effort and time into creating a really nice tapestry for me to work with. So I love all of you. Thank you all so much for tuning in this evening. For those of you who may have watched live with us, or maybe you're catching us at some point in the future, either here on MiniTerrainDomain on Twitch or at the Erasmus Expeditions over on YouTube. It is deeply appreciated. If you are on YouTube and you like what you see, hit the like button, subscribe, all of that business. And yeah, I love you all. I hope you have a fantastic rest of the week. We will see you in 2 weeks for the finale of Convergence, and it's going to be a doozy. So until then, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.
Missed you, Matt.